parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, weekday swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lock permission slips, dentist appointments for the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Wait, since when are candles not on a cooking oil? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by BrightSide and the Ad Council.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident and was paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a care and companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Suba, who quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my first dog riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Lucy. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams trying to plan to paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit hands.org to see the many ways we can change lives.
Wait, 105? Okay. Right up 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Welcome to the show. It's Monday, July 1st, and I hope you guys have a great weekend. You're KGUM, FM, Radio Guam. This is the BrightSide on Wave 105. Let's bring the host, Mr. Pauly. And we do want to thank our sponsors, the Chili's Grill and Bar, Micro Pack, Subway, Triple J, and GCA. And so we're just going to go to the phone right now because we do have an update. We got from Joyce Sayama, the communications manager of the Guam Power Authority. And so she shared with me earlier the latest numbers, but I definitely want to hear from Joyce and GPA. So, Hafide Joyce, you're on the air.
Hafide Pauly, Hafide Ryan, and Hafide Tau Guam. Here we are.
Yes.
Day 6 and score 4, right?
Right.
On power restoration. So, great news. Throughout the weekend, our guys have been working to get everyone up, and here we are today on phase 3. And we've talked about phase 2, where our crews were energizing large areas with minimal damage from typhoon, and now here we are on phase 3 and working on extensive damages on overhead issues like transformers, debris on power lines such as bamboo trees and other heavy trees, and other hardware components, right, replacement. So if you were previously isolated and you're pending more repairs, that's where the crews are going to be concentrating in those areas. We have a lot of, damages in certain areas like Machanel and other areas. So our crews are going to be handling that. We have crews on the north, central, and south. We provided a list of the areas that we'll be concentrating in. The next one to But again, Pauly, I want to stress that the schedule is subject to change, and it may include areas based on progress or repairs or restoration. As the crews, if they get these feeders on, they're going to continue, down the line to get other areas restored as well, especially if you've been isolated because you have extended damages. So this is phase 3, and we reported we are 89% restored on our system load, right? The demand, 99% feeders, partially or fully energized. So basically we have like one feeder remaining that we're working on, right? These feeders are on, they're hot. They just have areas that are isolated. And then our substation, our transmission, we've been reporting is 100%. So again, phase one, critical infrastructure, get the transmission lines up, get the substation energized, get all the critical facilities like the hospital, the medical facilities, water wells, wastewater, all of that up. And then we go into phase two, which we're in the last few days, where crews will get as many customers up with minimal damage so we can get generation up and load up. And then now here we are in phase three, extensive damages. So we're all in it together, and here we are.
I did notice that the base load units that are currently online and providing energy to the grid includes PT units 8 and 9, and so they're still active?
Yes, it was our cabbage units that are no longer active, cabbage 1 and 2.
Okay.
Of course, we don't have 3 and 4. We haven't had that in years.
Right.
So our PD are still base loads. They're ultra-low sulfur diesel. That's their fuel, along with Okudu Power Plant. And so we have our PD and our Okudu plant providing energy, generation. We also have our combustion turbines that we needed and our diesel units generator also as a reserve, right, to bring the grid. So we have enough generation. I mean, look, we started out with, maybe 70 megawatts. Now here we are at 184 megawatts of load, and our total system capacity today is 200, is at 278 is adequate to carry the load of 184 megawatts. So we have no generation issues, right? Everything is distribution lines, our feeders, our circuit. And Pauly, just wanted to talk a lot about bring up the voltage fluctuations.
Okay.
And a lot of unstableness, right? So again, as power is restored, our island-wide power system may be unstable, right? Some customers may be experiencing temporary voltage fluctuations, the flickering of lights, the dimming or partial power. This is not unusual as the grid is fragile, right? We've been saying that there are periods of system instability that will occur until full restoration is completed, right? Please, if you're experiencing that, any of these fluctuations or intermittencies, we ask that you shut off your main breakers and report the issue to GPA. We have our numbers, our customer service line. You can DM us, call, our offices will be able to submit, to be able to put in the report to get our crews out there to help take care of some of that. And again, protect your appliances, right? We ask that you unplug sensitive equipment, right, during these intermittencies. And, all of this helps, right? So we want to ensure that our customers, we get them back on, but there are going to be times of instability and power is going to come out because it's unstable. But we will get you back on. It's report it, the best thing to do, and the mayors report it to us, right? We work with the mayors, and they report it, and it's being captured so that the crews have the areas that are still without power, or we call isolated. And then again, it's really important if we have these emergencies, right? Lone transformers, if we have sparkling, things that are out there that may cause a fire. Please call our trouble desk, right? Our dispatch is 24 hours at 671-475-1472, 3 or 4. I think most people have already memorized that number, Pauly,
right,
along with our customer service. So, yes, that's really important, voltage fluctuations. And then now we're moving into damage weatherhead. So I can talk a little bit about that as well. So.
Sure, yeah. Also, now that you're in phase 3, are the crews still going to be working around the clock, 24 hours? 2 12-hour shifts, or will they be ramping down?
Yes, I believe they're still out there, between 12 and 16 hours, and they're going to be around the clock until the last customer is restored.
Okay.
GPA will not leave anyone behind.
Right.
We will ensure that every customer, whether you're isolated, or you have issues, unless, of course, it's on your side, right?
Sure, yeah.
Pending repairs on the damage weatherhead, and that's what I wanted to get into.
Yeah.
GPA will ensure that every last customer is energized. Our crews will be out there continuously, right? We were out there throughout the weekend, day and night. So yes, Pauly, to answer your question.
Yeah, and then on the weatherhead, go ahead.
Okay, so for the weatherhead, right, we advise our customers to conduct their own home and property assessments, right, including your weatherhead, your meter socket, and other electrical components that is on your side. We've been giving how power is restored. We've given that infographic, what's on the customer's responsibility and what's on GPA's responsibility, right? What part of that is your responsibility as a customer? So what's important is that, you get your repairs done with either a certified electrician or a master electrician, and then you obtain your GPA work clearance and the electrical inspection form that GPA provides, right, to the customer once your repairs are completed. So we can get our meter shop crew and our, any one of our crews that can handle restoration for meters to come out and get that going. So once repairs are done, please come to our office, give you the clearance, we'll provide you the work order and get you the electrical inspection form, and we'll be able to get you on schedule to energize your homes once your repairs are completed. And then we have that on today's release, notice for weatherhead repairs, what do I do? I have a nice infographic that talks about all of this, the service line, the weatherhead, the point of connection, the meter, and so forth. So please contact our customer service. And it's on our bulletin, which is on our website. We'll have it posted on our social media pages, both Instagram and Facebook, so you'll have all of that information.
Very productive weekend. It was very obvious to see how many people just in our chat where their homes are getting energized from Friday all the way up even today. I was getting notices from people saying their power is turning on.
Since Core 4, and this would be 1 week since the storm started hitting us. So we are improving and we are getting better. And we will of course discuss lessons learned and things that we need to do. But I believe our crew. In spite of knowing that they just got back from Saipan and they haven't rested, they're very passionate and they're very committed and hardworking to ensure that we get our community energized, right? And,
any updates on those trucks? Did they make it back? Is there an update?
The last I heard, it's supposed to come in this week. Okay. We're scheduled for sometime this week, right? We've been coordinating with FEMA and CNMI, so we're hoping sometime this week, right?
Sure. Obviously,
we have been coordinating ahead of time with FEMA for pre-storm for their return. So even prior to the storm making, way here, we knew we were going to bring our crews home, and we already started that conversation with FEMA and with CNMI.
Obviously, it hasn't slowed down the productivity, so I know a lot of people appreciate all the efforts, the countless hours that you've been working so hard since, like you mentioned, before Sinlaku made its way.
Absolutely, it was really important that we do all of this preparation in time for the storm. What to do, what not to do. Everything from down lines to getting your house ready, making sure you get all those things that are aerial or airborne, right, that can damage the lines. Cut the trees, cut what you can on your side where you're not touching the lines, and GPA will come in. But our crews have been out there the moment we knew that there's something in the area. They've been tree trimming, and again, Pauly, we don't just tree trim during times of storms. We tree trim all year round. It's something we do along with preventive maintenance all year round. But of course, when we know that there's a storm brewing in the area, our crews are out there concentrating strictly on tree trimming and getting those hard areas, those difficult areas, the bamboos, and try to get them down where we won't have issues with power lines. I mean, you saw it. I was out there with a crew, and we had some bamboos that really hit the lines, and those were considered extensive damages. So even if you don't see, right, this is just area of focus. We will continually add more areas. The team, again, right, additional areas may be included based on the progress or repair. Our crews will continue to go, right? They're going to sweep, they're going to go in, and they're going to make repairs. So this is just so that we can keep our community informed in where the crews will be, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's all they're going to handle, right? There's going to be some that have been completed, and they'll keep moving on. Right? We'll have more feeders and more scheduled and more areas to restore.
I appreciate it very much, and so we'll stay connected if there's any other updates later today or tomorrow for sure. We'll just continue to
Absolutely.
push
And
out
then
the
now,
information.
after all this, right, within the next day or so, we're going to end up working on streetlights. So it doesn't end here. We have phase 4 for streetlight repairs. But, yeah, the crew's got a lot of work to do. So I appreciate you,
Yes, absolutely.
allowing me to put out this information. And, our media partners like yourself are doing an exceptional job. And we appreciate the entire community, our government partners, our federal partners, and just everyone, our customers for their patience and understanding while we have to go through this together.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you, Pauly.
Okay.
Take care.
2:14 in the afternoon. Let me show love to our sponsors. I just wanted to get that information because I know a lot of people have been waiting for the latest information, and we'll get into that in just a bit. But once again, I do want to thank our sponsors, Chili's Grill and Bar. Chili's, more life, great food and memories happen here. Micropack, don't miss a memory. Get your travel cameras and storage essentials at Micropack today. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J Ford. Remember, you get that free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com. Get pre-approved instantly. And GTA, we start with you. 2:15 in the afternoon, 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online at wave105.com as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And so the latest information, again, what Joyce Sayama, the communications manager, was sharing at GPA, has a list of areas of focus during phase 3. And so these will be the areas that they're working on for the next 1 to 5 days. The schedule is subject to change and may include additional areas based on the progress or repairs and restoration. So let's start with the north, P87 in Dededo. That's Machinao area and surrounding areas. P88 also in Dededo. Chalantiot, Kaiser, and surrounding areas. P270, portion of Harmon Loop Road near Costulas and surrounding areas. Now in Jigo, feeder P320, Mount Santa Rosa and surrounding areas. P330, Chalimbada and surrounding areas. P332, East Gajanero and surrounding areas. In the central part of the island, P212 in Barrigada, Tun Juan White Street and surrounding areas. P250 in Salapago Ordot, that's Conga Road and surrounding areas. P253, that's me actually, NPM, Canada area. Harvest Christian Academy and surrounding areas, so we are part of phase 3. P283, Agania Heights, Petnetness Drive and surrounding areas. P311, that's Barrigana as well. Juan C. Ferrin Street, Sabana Drive, Conwood and surrounding areas. In the south, P005 in P. That's going to be the Nimitz Hill area, Turner Road. P221, Santa Rita Sumai, GS Borja Drive, the Naval Magazine area and surrounding areas. P260, that's in Talafofo, a portion of Talafofo Village, Route 4A towards Route 17. That's Cross Island Road, continuing towards Apra and Tarzan Falls area. The Onward Golf Course Resort, Talafofo Fire Station, and surrounding areas. Also in the south, P261, that's in Lahan. Chalimaiti, Belen Avenue, Talafofo Falls, Jose, San Nicolas Street, and surrounding areas. P262 in Zotnya, near the Windward Hills Golf Course, Windward Hills Apartments, and surrounding areas. P340 in Malesu. That's portions of Chalancantan Tasi, Kanani Road, and surrounding areas. Other specific tasks that will be addressed in phase 3 include restoring service to customers with completed inspection, reports of repaired weatherheads or other related components. Again, GPA does not anticipate any generation capacity shortage and plans to restore power service using the remaining base load and reserve units. Total generation system capacity for today is 278 megawatts, which is adequate for the current load of 184 megawatts. And so, again, when you look at the
system load that has been restored. 89% of the island is restored back to power. As far as feeders and circuits that are energized, 99%. 100% of the substations are energized, and 100% of the transmission lines are energized. So when we look at feeders and circuits, we're just 1% pending. On the system load restoration after day 6, 11%. So wear that 11% like a badge of honor. Put it on your chest. I am part of the 11%.
I survived the 11%.
Yes.
Forget about
wear it like a badge of honor. You know what? Oh, man. No, let's be proud. We are the 11%. Everybody else has gone back to pampering themselves, and we are facing this challenge head on.
I survived Bobby with 11%.
Do you ever do this? I saw this on TikTok. It's when you go on a flight, and you don't watch any movies, and you don't go to sleep. You purely just watch the flight map. Like, there are people that are like, this is like, I don't know what they're trying to prove. I don't think it's proving your masculinity or anything, but I guess they're just trying to prove how locked in they are. Like, I'm locked in. I'm not watching any movies. I'm not sleeping. I'm not going to the restroom. I'm not even eating. I'm just going to watch this flight map.
No, it's more psychological. If I watch it, it'll probably pass the time, like a 8-hour flight.
I don't think sleeping passes the time.
Well, no,
if I could go to sleep, I'll, like, even alcohol, just whatever, make me go to sleep.
It's almost like the elevator, when you're waiting on an elevator and you see the light already turned on, somebody, the person right there waiting prior to you coming, already pressed the elevator button.
Okay.
And then, so you're going over there to wait for the elevator and you see it on, but you still press it. Hoping that you pressing the button makes it more faster coming down.
I saw that TikTok.
It's all psychological.
I saw that TikTok video. I'm like, I don't need to be that locked in. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to the restroom when I need to. I'm eating as many meals as I want. I'm watching. That's how I gauge flights. If I watch, if I'm going, exactly. So if I'm going to Japan, just watch 2 movies and we're there. But there are some people that are like, I'm not doing any of that. Just watch the flight map. And that proves how locked in they are. So I was thinking of those people, because I was thinking about being, again, the 11%. But there's no way that I'm just going to sit in the dark for the last 6 days with no type of data. That's like too locked in. There's you don't need to prove anything. Borrow Ryobi fans, go to somebody's house, and try to, get comfortable. Take your laundry to your mom's house. All of that. You don't need to prove anything to anybody. Because I'll tell you what, if I was a kid and one of my parents were saying, like, all right, we're not going to ask for any help. We're going to do this all on our own until our power goes on. That's going to prove how locked in we are. I'm sorry. I'm leaving you and I'm going to grandma's house.
So, Senlaku, did you find out the problem as to why it took that long? Because you didn't have power for like how many days?
It was 8 days, so today would be 8 days, right, if you count. So they're counting when it was safe to go out. And you should.
Which is when
how many days did I go to sleep with the power out? That's what I'm counting. So I went to sleep with no power for 8 days. Tonight would be the 8th day, right? But if you're counting how many days
after core 4,
6, right? So
because I was reading something. I was reading something on social media over the weekend, and people were complaining, hey, we don't have power here. It's been 7 days. I'm like, wait a minute.
But you shouldn't count that because it was remember,
the guy was all out.
GPA could not go up and try to fix your power during the typhoon.
Yeah.
They had to wait for a specific time for it to be safe to do so. Which was Tuesday at 10 a.m.
I did the calculations, and I'm like, wait a minute, the power went off on Tuesday. We got the all clear on Wednesday.
No, Tuesday morning.
No, Monday, yeah. So Monday, and then Tuesday we got the all clear.
Yeah.
And so it automatically started on Tuesday. So
Right.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And this gentleman on social media was like, I haven't had power for the last 7 days. I'm like, maybe your power got cut off prior to because you didn't pay your bill.
No, people's power was going off because of strong winds on Sunday, but you shouldn't count that.
Yeah, no, but the 7 days, because if you count on core 4, right, when they gave the all clear, was only 3 days. Yeah. Because I got my power on Saturday morning, which automatically that was 3 days into core 4. I didn't count when they shut it off before the typhoon.
And EPA didn't shut anybody's power off. The typhoon did.
Yeah. And so, back to your situation, did you find out what the issue was on Sunoco as to why?
Oh, it's definitely because we're in an isolated area, right?
Okay.
Was a down line,
Was there any down line this time around? I mean, because you would think
it's got to be the same situation. It goes, so our power is generated all the way to the bottom of the hill, and it stops right before you get to JQ. And if you see this, plenty bamboo, plenty, it is always a problem, right? And so they need to go and check the line that comes back up over and around that bamboo that connects the power to JQ, the power to the Lujan junkyard, and then all the homes back there. Yeah, it's a very isolated area, and it's people. Even though we live in Kotu, it's basically what was known as pipeline. It's a long way down. Yeah. Right, and so yes, there are residential homes there. There is an elementary school there. However, it is a long road that gets you all the way to there and then even further.
And it's a one-way in and one-way out.
There's 2 ways, but the other side is actually like federal property.
Okay.
And everybody kind of has to come down JQ and go around to the backside of the other pipeline, right? Because you shouldn't be driving through the other side. Yeah. And it was notorious at one point, maybe 2-3 years ago, especially around COVID, was notorious for illegal dumping. And so they blocked that other side off.
And that's on the Fed property.
Yeah. So it's an isolated issue, and it has always been a problem. The Mawar, it was 35 days we didn't get power.
Wow. So I think that's where GTA really, really needs to make the improvement. I mean, if it's bamboos and down lines and everything, and I'm aware and I'm very familiar with the actual area. But, man,
bamboo grows hella fast.
It does.
It really does. And we live in the jungle. Remember, this whole island, is a tropical island. Trees grow fast. The trees, they overgrow. Again, that's why there's the focus should be on working with the federal government to put the power lines underground, because this will always be an issue. I mean, what are we going to do? Just bulldoze all the jungle? No, that to me is not rational.
Is the bamboo on government land? It should be, right?
Yeah. So there's, obviously there's the shoulder, but I mean, again, you're living deep into the jungle area, so you can do whatever you can to mitigate. However, the bamboo and the jungle is going to grow, and so they've done some work to put one line underneath, but what happens when the line that connects the power underground is shorted? Right? You have to bring a team over there. And again, they said that if there's extensive work, then you're going to be phase 2, and then phase 3. They'll come to you. They'll come back to you. And so, I don't know. I know I can only speak for myself, and I can't even necessarily speak for my whole family. However, it's not something that I'm not complaining. There are other families that live in there, and I do hope that we get power, obviously, but that's why I say I'll wear 11% with a badge of honor.
I actually have some friends.
And I'm definitely not going to lock in and tell my kids, like, no, go to your cousin's house. Go to your friend's house. Go to grandma's house.
And go to the aircon.
Yeah.
Charge your phone.
Exactly. So, it's not the...
I actually have some friends that they were kind and nice enough not to let everybody know, like, because, everybody gets excited when they get their power on, like, power on and everything. This friend of mine actually had his power 19 hours after, less than a day. And he got his power, but he's like, I didn't make the announcement. And there were a lot of people that just, are going through some hard times.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to be like the one that's bragging and everything and all.
That's why on our sister station, Ed was asking people, like, what was tell us what the first thing you turned on when your power turned on. I immediately switched the radio station. I'm like,
I don't want to hear it.
I need to hear what you first turned on.
Oh, man,
what movie did I watch? I'm like,
I turned on my washing machine and my dryer, and then after that I turned on my aircon, and then I went again.
There are 11% of the island is not. We're not playing this game.
Yeah. We're not going to win anything today. Oh, man.
You have an 11% less audience listening to you, sir.
It's just a small portion, right, of the island at 11%. We here at the station should be giving out like some generators, like, only for the 11%.
I was joking at our family reunion on Saturday, which they did not cancel, and very grateful to, because they could have easily.
Okay.
The committee could have easily canceled it. Shout outs to my first cousin, Nico Bloss Jr., who, is the chairman of the reunion. He did such an amazing job. The Godfrey family, Godfrey Costru family, the Pauly Costru family, a lot of them from Saipan and Rhoda. That's also Joe Ajuju, right? And his family. Joe Ajuju Jr. was also a co-chairman of this reunion. And then on my grandparents' side, Tomas Maria Costru Bloss, all part of this reunion that happened on Saturday. Luis Bora and the Radiance performed. So shout outs to that. I mean, what a treat that is. Like, you pay top dollar to have the Radiance play at your party, and they'll fly them out too, right?
Yeah.
So many times they fly the Radiance out to the continental U.S. to perform. So they were there performing. And they could have canceled because, again, the typhoon is so close to the typhoon. But family members were flying in, had flown in already for this reunion. And from Germany, from all over the continental U.S., families were flying in. So they decided that they were still going to have this reunion. There was a small little, like, monsoon, like around 12. But then once it went away, it was like perfect weather. It was overcast. It wasn't too hot. There was some wind blowing. It was great. It was such a great event. But I was joking because I had the mic and we were doing a raffle giveaway, right? And I said, well, who here has their power on? And people raised their hand. Like, all right, you're all disqualified. If I call your number, you cannot win.
That's a slide. It's almost like a slight,
hey, you won already. You have power. The rest of us need to have an opportunity to win this $500.
Should have been like, all right, who showered? That should be a contest right there.
Yeah, And they're like, well,
we're not using buckets.
how do you know they have power? Well, they can lie, and then they're going to go to hell for lying.
Well, it seems like you had a good time this
It
weekend.
was fun. It really was. Yeah, I'm glad they did not cancel. And just seeing the whole crowd, just seeing family members and people I've never met in my life, just knowing that we're related. It's just, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. There were like no troublemakers. I was a little worried about, maybe there might be a couple fights because maybe that guy used to date that girl.
I'm like, hey, dude, she's in the family now, man. We got married, all right? She's parented.
But no, none of that happened. Everybody was so cool. Beautiful family.
Nice.
Beautiful family. 2:34 in the afternoon. Let's take our first break.
Yes.
We brought in Joy Sayama early.
Yes.
So this is going to be an extended break.
Yes.
Because we wanted to, again, get Joyce in immediately once we started the show because that was a lot of information I knew people were waiting on. So.
Well, at least 11%.
Yeah, for sure. Because once you have your power on, who's even paying attention at this point, right?
Yeah. It's like, what? Okay, then shut off the radio. That's the first thing that goes off, right? When your power goes back on, shut off the radio.
Yeah, it's when you need it. What is it? What is the phrase? When you don't need it, it's there, but when you do need it, it's not, right? Mm-hmm. You forget where you left it. Actually, you left the batteries in there 3 years ago, and now the whole thing's corroded. It's time to dust off the radio. You're looking like, time to buy a new radio. Where do we buy one? That's a challenge, too.
Well, I've actually
it's a challenge to even find anybody that sells radio.
Yeah, I've actually seen the double-sided cassette tapes and everything. They are making a comeback.
Yeah.
They're old school. So they're making a comeback.
A lot of it is.
My birthday's coming up, so anybody, double-sided
right?
Go check out Cornwall.
Those Apple Watches were a thing, and now the traditional watches are making a comeback.
Oh yeah, the Casios.
Yeah, and I'm not even talking about the digital one.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like analog.
Oh yeah. No, I want that first digital one that can turn into a transformer.
What?
Yeah, they had watches back then when Transformers was hot, like in the mid-'80s. You could actually detach it from the band and turn it into like a little robot.
Yeah.
Those were awesome.
Yeah, all of that's coming back. Record players are coming back. This generation too is taking the generation coming up taking a stance against AI. So, they're cheating from their smart classmates again.
Oh, no, and that was on the news this weekend.
Was it?
It was about what was happening in court, and of course.
Oh, the sanction?
Yeah, the sanction.
I forgot his name.
Mike Phillips. Yeah.
I said I didn't, but okay.
But then he's not the only one because I believe the attorney for Tom Fisher.
Azuzu,
yeah.
Kaminow.
Yeah, she was
sanctioned also.
Well, I think she's probably going to get sanctioned, but there are other attorneys that have used AI, and I just thought it was like, wow, okay, cool. This is, at least you already know that one person's not making a mistake.
Well, it's not necessarily they're getting sanctioned for using AI. They're getting sanctioned and fined for not removing AI hallucination.
Yeah.
Right?
And citing certain cases that don't even exist.
Right. Yeah. So let's just go back to when we were in school. Let's just start cheating off of our neighbor rather than AI.
Yeah.
Right? The old-fashioned way of cheating.
Well, I always,
don't cheat off of me. I get teased. You don't want.
I always look for the smart girl, right? The nerdy one, and just you really become her friend and everything, and then she ends up having a crush on me, and then next thing you know, it's like, I can do your homework. I'm already done with mine. I'm like, hey,
there you go. There you go. I was getting rejected by everybody.
I would always have to take her to the school dance and everything, and I'm like, okay, just go sit there.
Wow.
But it was cool though, man. And Now she's like up there, you know, in one of these big corporation communications places. Still smart, you know, and now she actually looks good, man. She was one of those ducklings that, you know, over the years she became more beautiful. And now I'm like, yeah, you did my homework.
Yeah, now you have no chance.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I wish I was in school. Yeah, had I known what I know now, I would have married that girl.
All right, let's take the break.
All right.
Wave 105, again, this is going to be an extended break so we can take care of everything that we missed earlier on.
Top of the hour. There we go.
AP News, I'm Marcela Sanchez. Iran is holding a funeral for the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It's expected to last for days. Khamenei was killed at the start of the war with the U.S. Meanwhile, Iran's military is warning oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz that they must use its approved routes. Otherwise, it says they'll face what it called a forceful response. Keeping the strait open is a key issue for U.S. and Iranian negotiators working on an agreement to end the war. A former U.S. Olympian has been indicted for what President Trump has called vandalism at the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool. AP Washington correspondent Sandra Magani has more.
David Hearn is facing a felony charge of property destruction, with U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro here in Washington saying National Park Service employees saw Hearn reach in and deliberately damage the pool.
Forcefully and violently pulling up and removing the bottom liner with both hands.
Hearn had earlier told the AP he reached in to examine the coating that had started peeling after the president's $14 million plus renovation project. Hearn said he briefly touched the chunk still attached to the pool, but let go after a park worker told him to. Sagar Magani at the White House.
Acting Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez is defending her government's response to last week's devastating earthquakes. Critics say the response has been too slow. More than 2,000 people are known dead and 11,000 injured. Shares advanced today in Europe and Asia after the Dow Jones Industrial Average set another record. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding is set to take place today at Madison Square Garden in New York City. More on this and other stories at apnews.com. This is AP News. Hot weather typically drives up electricity demand in general. The AP's Lisa Dwyer reports local communities argue that big data centers are adding additional strain on their power grids. Jonathan Cooney, a researcher who has been studying computing warehouses for 30 years, says
data center electricity use has definitely grown in the last few years. So there's a real effect driving public concern.
He also says electrification of everything from cars to more homes also adds to the grid. Cooney says big data centers need to coordinate when things are running so that not everything is turning on and off at the same time, and that power companies need to prepare.
And there are ways to mitigate the impacts if you design the system right and you operate it in the right way, but you have to have thought about it beforehand. You can't wing it.
I'm Mrs. Dwyer, and I'm Marcela Sanchez, AP News. Fans who still haven't switched to GTA, now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 for setting them online. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service with wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. Simple, it's smooth, and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we'll start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
When families feel safe, communities grow stronger. Senator Chris Delaney passed the mileage out to put more officers on our streets and confront the meth crisis hurting too many of our people. He led efforts to expand affordable housing to the additional dwelling unit and advance nitrate bills. And now he is offering his second balanced budget that protects essential services while supporting private sector jobs. Steady leadership, real results. Re-elect Chris Delaney. He's focused, balanced, and ready.
I'm Chris Delaney, and I approve this message.
Popular One, the One Hotel Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, the world's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency One from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. HRA.org for details.
This election isn't just about who leads Guam, it's about the future we choose together. Join the University of Guam College of Liberal Arts Local Sciences and the Free Association Task Force for Beyond the Status Quo, the gubernatorial debate. Wednesday, July 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the UOG Class Lecture Hall. Hear the candidates discuss the issues that matter most. Compare their visions for Guam. And if you can't make it in person, watch live on YouTube or listen on Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Beyond the Status Quo. Hear their vision, make your choice.
Silent, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM. Welcome back to the show. This is the BrightSide, right here on Wave 105. If you want to join the conversation, here's the number 671-922-1051 or 1452. Let's bring it back to the host.
Welcome back. Feedback Lunes, July 13th. That was just flying by.
Yeah. How many more days do we have? Oh, over the weekend, I actually went to go do the early vote.
You did? How was it?
It was really good.
Yeah?
It was the first time actually using the electronic vote.
Okay.
And so I saw Maria. I forgot, I did I sat down with her for 12 minutes.
Okay.
And I did a little interview, right, on everything, as far as, I did the footage and everything and, the B-roll and whatnot. It's like an actual news report. I can not to send it to you, but I was like, okay, Ryan St. Nicholas Business Media, also Wave 105 and all that. I'm here with the executive director, and then so she actually took the time to actually sit down with me and go through the whole process of coming in to do the early vote, what you need as far as identification, documentation, if you're going to register or, and so she made it very perfectly clear that if you do have an ID and you're registered to vote, regardless of whether or not your ID is valid or expired, as long as you're registered, you can still use that ID to go out and vote, either an early vote or on August 1st. So I really try to put emphasis on that because, my mom, she's 81 right now, right? And so she hasn't needed an ID, or actually go get a valid ID. She's always had that Guam ID, the one that you laminate and everything.
Yeah.
It's so old school. And then I believe that the legislature also passed a law, in regards to the Guam identification card, that at a certain age it doesn't expire for anyone, right? Because like I said, my mom rarely goes anywhere except her doctor's appointments and everything, and she already got all that documentation taken care of, so she doesn't need it. But, so for people that, my ID is not expired, my ID is expired, again, as per the executive director, Maria Pangilinan, you can still utilize your expired ID as long as you are registered. If you are not registered and you want to register, then you could use your ID, but also have a valid proof that you are a U.S. citizen. So bring your birth certificate or whatnot, right? So, but yeah, no, it was good. The electronic voting, have you ever tried it? Yeah, it was my first time, because I'm old school, right? So I just fill in the O's and everything. But
you just find which side you want to vote on.
The beauty of this is that it does not allow you to make mistakes.
Right.
So if you, especially during, because that always is the problem problem in terms of the primary, right? Crossover votes and whatnot.
Or voting for too many.
Or voting for too many,
right.
Exactly. So it only allows you to vote for 15,
right.
and it only allows you to take one page.
Right.
Now, when you go in and you start doing your thing on the machine, it tells you, are you voting Republican or you're voting Democrat? You press Democrat or Republican, and it takes you to that page. If you go over the 15, then it won't, if you try to submit it, it'll cancel you out and say you can only select 15. So it's almost, I was like, man. So as far as electronic voting, if you do it, you're not going to make any mistakes.
You know what I didn't do, though? I didn't write anybody in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that option to electronically vote? Because obviously you find who you want to vote for. Yeah. But what if you only want to vote for 14 and then maybe one person you write in?
Yeah. No, I think it gives you that slot.
Right?
Yeah, it gives you that slot.
What I figured.
After the 18th, because there's 18 candidates in each
party,
they do have like 2 slots you can write in. Yeah. Yeah. And just to be sure, because I also took pictures of who I actually voted for. Oh, okay. Let me see. Yeah, it does. It does have the write-in towards the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was good, and I encourage everybody. She said that on her first day.
About 250, right?
Yeah, a little bit under, like 246. But we have to round it off at 250, and then the next day, she had 200. On her second day, they had like 276. So on the third day, it was a little over 500. But then she was telling me that she was very surprised at all the people that are turning out, because early in the morning, before they even opened, there were people there ready and waiting for them to open. And so they might have surpassed probably 300 on Saturday. So it seems like, I mean, if they have a steady flow of like, 250, 300, all the way up to the 25th, and that's where they're going to kind of like kill it and then start focusing on the village polls. Because and that was one of the questions that I actually asked her. Like, past election cycles, early voting really didn't, especially during the COVID time, and then of course last election.
When did we ever have a really good turnout though for early voting?
We never did.
Never.
Yeah, we never did. And so, but she's optimistic. She's hoping, because it is a gubernatorial election, and there are 5 teams running, and so people that normally don't could care less, and then you gotta. And I was talking to, what's his name, Tim? Is it Tim or Tom? Tim? St. Augustine?
St. Augustine.
Yeah, and he was talking about, when you look at it, the difference between voting for, in the last election cycle, it wasn't as exciting as it would be when there's a gubernatorial election.
Yeah, but even 4 years ago, the last gubernatorial, it was kind of, the numbers were down too.
Yeah. It was.
It hasn't been, I mean, we used to brag about it, at least when I was a kid. I mean, people were showing per capita numbers at 60-some percent compared to jurisdictions in the continental
U.S.
U.S.
Election cycles, in the last 2 election cycles, we only had, and we had like a 50,
dismal, right?
Yeah, we had like 55, rounded off at 54, 55,000 registered voters, but only like 30,000 showed up to the polls. And then I was asking Kim, I was like, well, how many people did you purge? And he was like, oh man, when I first started, we were purging like probably 1,000 or 2, right? But just this, this is the most that we've ever purged. And it was like 10,000. And that's, I was like, are those people deceased? Did they leave? He goes, no, those are also people that did not vote within, within the last 2 elections and everything. So they would have to re-register, and I was like, wow, that is very, very interesting, because now the numbers are actually growing. So the camps out there, the senatorial candidates, I guess with their registration drive, it is increasing. And he foresees that probably about 60,000, they'll probably hit like 60,000 within this election cycle, because they're already at like 55 and everything. And so right after the primary, you're going to see a lot of people, registering to vote for the general if they're not going to take part in the primary. And this is where it's important for us to keep letting everybody know that you can register. You know, you can go and vote early. You can vote, you know, during, whatever preference you want. But just go out and vote. I mean, this election is, every election is the cliche, right? This election is very important, and, it's going to determine this. But, man, with everything that's happening, with, the buildup, with, the sea mining, with the $1.4 billion budget that they're talking about right now at the Guam legislature, and then the leadership that we would place in Adelut, and whether or not the majority should change back to Democrats or maintain the Republicans, this probably is going to be the most important election because you're not dealing with incumbent governor, so now you really have to pick and choose where you want the direction for this island to go through. Do we continue on with what we have right now with Josh, or do we look at other leaderships with Vice Speaker Tony and Speaker Frank Blas, Senator Therese, and Senator Joe? It's exciting. Sometimes I'm like getting tired of it too, man. I'm election exhausted already. I don't even want to think about it. That's why I'm like, maybe I'll just go vote early so I don't have to worry about it, and just go around, just like like you were saying last week. Sometimes you just want to go and hit the polls just to say hi to friends.
Yeah.
But I encourage everybody to go and try it out. The Guam Election Commission is so accommodating. If you don't even want to get out of your car, they have the curbside parking right there, right? And it will take a little bit longer because they have to get your paperwork and all that stuff. But even at that, it's almost painstaking. It won't. Like I said, I was very pleasantly surprised that I only spent like 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah?
It took more time for me to find parking than it did the actual process to vote on the electronic voting.
I've always had an easy time voting over at Weston for the early voting.
Yeah.
The only thing is we do have to look at, is it worth
the money
being spent?
Mm-hmm.
And are we really doing this as a convenience? Because I would argue that the real convenience is to set up early voting precincts in the village.
Yeah.
Because that's where it really is.
You know what? That is a good idea.
Because maybe it's convenient for Guam Election Commission to have it in one place and only at Weston or whoever wins the bid. But is it convenient for the voter? Because I would argue it's not so convenient for somebody that lives in Molesu or in Lahan or Hoggett to drive all the way up to the Weston for early voting.
If you think
who are we conveniencing? Yeah. Are we conveniencing the agency, or are we conveniencing the voter?
Yeah, I think and ultimately it's to promote the fact of voting.
I want to promote early voting. But what is the reason to early vote? For convenience, right?
Yeah.
So shouldn't location be a part of convenience too?
I would do it, because look, it's 3 weeks out, right, before the primary election. So for the first week, I would say, okay, for the southern villages, I'm going to be down in Agate. The Guam Election Commission is going to be down in Agate. Early vote down in Agate, and then early vote in Central, right, and then early vote on the north side, and then right after that, package everything up. Now start hitting the polls for August 1st, and do it that way.
It might even be cheaper because where are you going to have these precincts?
Yeah.
At a school.
Yeah.
At a government office.
And
at the mayor's office.
Here's the beauty of it. There's no school going on, right?
Not in August.
Not in August.
Not 2 weeks. Well, not for August.
Yeah, not in July, right? Yeah. So if early
not right now.
Yeah. This is something, I guess.
But also mayor's offices too.
Yeah. When the Guam Election Commission goes for their budget next term or next year, right?
Because eventually we have to have. I've heard the commission have these conversations in their meetings.
Yeah.
But you have to have a very honest dialogue with taxpayers as to,
I mean,
is it worth the money?
They do ask for the budget, and there are some, there are some senators that are even asked. I believe Pauly was one of them that asked. I mean, what we're doing with the money that we're giving you guys is having an early vote conducive right now to the funding that we're giving.
Yeah, I agree. We need to have more opportunities for people to vote, for sure. But is this the one? Is this
the only way to skin the cat?
Is this the solution that provides that opportunity?
Yeah.
Especially when you ask the question, is this the most convenient?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think maybe if they do it by districts, north, south, and central, because they're again it's 3 weeks out before the primary, I think they can do it.
And that's also not to take away all their efforts, because they do, again, homebound voting.
Yeah.
And you can early vote for homebound voting.
Yes.
So it's not to say that we have to get out of our homes if we're bedridden. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just, for the casual voter that lives down in Ilahan or Molesu, it's not convenient.
Yeah.
And so it makes more sense for them to just wait until August 1st when they go to their precinct. So when we're talking about campaigning to get everybody to go vote, early vote, I mean, I'm okay with that. But also at the same time, I'm not going to try very hard to convince somebody that is being inconvenienced.
Yeah.
So
I think generally what needs to be done, because I mean, we've heard before this early voting ever took place, I mean, there were a lot of people saying, I just don't like going to the lines, there's just too many people, it's hard to find parking.
It's very accommodating.
Yeah.
It's very accommodating. They'll put you on a side-by-side or a go-kart, and they'll drive you up.
Yeah.
So they do an exceptional job.
Yeah, I think early voting does eliminate that, all the concerns about going on election day or primary in general.
But that costs a fee.
It does.
And so you are using a number of resources.
250, I believe.
Do you need go-karts? Do you need to pay Weston or whoever that amount? Or do you go down to a mayor's office, or do you go down to a school and you pay a smaller fee where there will be ample parking and people are able to even do they also won't need to get out of their car either. We know that this has happened because we did it for COVID. However, it has been minimized to one location now, Weston. And so is that something that we want to keep doing, or should we reevaluate? I think we should reevaluate and answer at least two questions. How can we be more cost-effective, and how can we be more convenient to the voter?
If we move it from Winston,
can we get our 10% coffee?
Yeah, well, that's just it. I got my sticker, and I was told by, the Guam Election Commission, it's like, well, when you get your sticker, I voted sticker, you can go down to, the coffee shop down there on the lobby.
We don't want to lose that.
And I don't want to lose that. Come on. They have some, good sandwiches. And, it's just, I just want to kick back and enjoy the aircon, right?
Hey, I mean, if there's a location that is willing to do it for free as a public service, then I'm down for that.
Yeah,
but
I want to make coffee, okay? Not just, the one in the percolator and it's, over-roasted.
If the numbers are not showing it, eventually we have to have a real conversation. Is it worth the money when we're talking about a number of things? By the way, the budget session, which we'll talk about, because they've been in session since Friday.
Yeah.
And they went all throughout the weekend. I barely watched any of it because I just wanted to walk away from it.
Oh, yeah.
However, I did go back in and look at the transcripts and found parts and places where I saw some back and forth. And so there still is a lot of dialogue and a lot of disagreement. So that's something I definitely want to.
And supposedly they're supposed to be done. They're supposed to be done by this Friday. But with the way things are going, yeah, I think they might surpass because they also worked yesterday on Sunday too.
Yeah,
unprecedented.
Through the weekend.
Yeah, I've never seen the legislature work on a Sunday. But I mean, it remains to be seen. I mean, if you're talking about so much disagreement,
hey, I don't feel sorry for them. They did this for themselves.
Exactly.
They scheduled it this way.
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry at all.
Yeah, and I got to take a shout out to my boy Chris Barnett, Number Function. The Sanahi dude is big. Yeah, because he's always using a Sanahi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, maybe you should take it off, dude, and kind of like relax.
I mean, if it was a gift.
So like, it's getting a little heavy. All right, but
take the break?
Yes, let's take the break.
KGUM.
Okay.
KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
And just a reminder, today we are also doing the Beyond the Ballot.
Okay.
And we are supposed to have Senator Vince, who did say that they're currently in sessions, but he's going to do his best to try to make it in. So I'm crossing my fingers on that. Along with him was paired with him was Amanda Skelton. However, again, I'm going to express to the candidates, please check out your emails, the one that you gave at the Department of Election Commission when you picked up your packet, because if you don't answer me or you don't get back to me, I'm going to consider it that you didn't show up or you know.
That's okay. We tried.
Yeah, we tried.
Right? I mean, you can't blame us for not trying.
Yeah, and so and I'm still.
And I'm not offended.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no offense, but we just want to do our due diligence and give them the equal airtime. Because I don't want to come back and say, you guys never called me, or, I never got the invite and everything. Well, I'll check your emails because it was sent, right? So as long as we did our part, we're good, as far as the FTC is concerned.
Absolutely.
All right, let's take the break. We're going to go to the news at the top of the hour, and we'll be back right after this.
AP News, I'm Marcela Sanchez. Democratic governors are pressing the U.S. Postal Service to drop the plans tied to President Trump's executive order on elections. AP correspondent Ben Thomas has more.
We will know 1 million mail-in ballots. There'll be 1 million envelopes, and you'll be able to know exactly, correctly, that citizens voted.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick in March as President Trump signed an executive order seeking to create a federal list of eligible voters, including those eligible to receive the ballot by mail. And the Postal Service filed a proposed rule in May limiting mailed ballots to those on that citizenship list. But a federal judge has since blocked the president's order, ruling it unconstitutional, and it barred agencies from implementing it. Now, Democratic governors from 9 states have sent the Postal Service a letter asking it to withdraw the proposed rule, saying it undermines trust in elections and complicates voting. I'm Ben Thomas.
A former Olympian has been indicted on a felony charge in what Trump has called vandalism of the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. At a news conference, Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., says there's tremendous evidence that David Hearn deliberately damaged the reflecting pool.
The National Park Service employees observed Hearn actually forcefully and violently pulling up and removing the bottom liner with both hands.
Democracy Defenders Fund co-founder Norm Eisen and Mary Dorman, senior counsel at Washington Litigation Group, represented Hearn and say the charges were, quote, outrageous and should be alarming to every American. The National Weather Service says the extreme dangerous heat will continue through the weekend along the East Coast. The heat wave is forcing some places to change their Independence Day celebrations. This is AP News. A permit obtained by the AP shows a schedule for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. The AP said Donahue reports it's been labeled a special event.
The wedding is set to begin at New York's Madison Square Garden at 5 p.m. tomorrow and could last until 4 in the morning. Nick Eade is a brand and culture expert with East of Eden.
It is, like I say, a royal wedding when it comes to the USA. But, and also, we've got probably the hottest day of the year over there, too. So actually, being encaged in Madison Square Gardens, where at least you've got great air conditioning, could be a real bonus.
What will the impact be of a Swift-Kelsey wedding?
I think their brand is going to be literally the strongest one globally. It's going to surpass the Beckhams. It's going to surpass Harry and Meghan. And I think it's going to become something as, of storytelling. People are going to be talking about this for decades.
There will also be a pre-party celebration for 100 guests. I'm Ed Donahue.
And I'm Marcela Sanchez, AP News.
KGUN FM, City, powered by Gleason News.
Got friends in school haven't switched to GTA? Now I'm prepared to give them a nudge because you can get up to $150 just for setting up all night. For a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, pay a cool $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's cheap, and it's paid to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available for $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get your approved instantly at triplejguam.com.
My name is Emma. I'm 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Karen service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Rescue. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school dance practice, swim meet, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Mercy. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams trying to opinions we've put together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit Karen.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Kids, summer isn't just time out. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. And when school meals cost, millions of kids use access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighborhood network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Keep up at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica. My son Jason is a patient of China's children. My oldest called me and said Jason got her. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to China. His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here. Go online right now to lawsigners.org.
KGUN FM, Steady to talk about. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Gleason Media radio station. We have grown. We have grown. Although our love is still special. Welcome back to the call. We are KGUN FM, ready to go on. Here's the BrightSide. Right here on 105. Here's the number 671-922-102. Let's bring it back to the host. Pauly Suba. We do want to thank our sponsors, GCA. We start with you. Subway, you got to refresh the beef. Chili's Grill and Bar, 24 Life Street Food and Mayonnaise happen here.
Micro Pack from Bose to Sony and more. Micro Pack is Guam's home for quality electronics and Triple J4. Get a free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com. Get pre-approved instantly. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I got this statement from Colonel Joseph S. Carbolito, the acting chief of police, right? And so this is regarding the fatal auto motorcycle crash that occurred on July 11th, right? That involved a police vehicle and a police officer, right? So Colonel Joseph Carbolito, the acting chief of police, says, we extend our deepest sympathies to the family and friends of the deceased motorcycle operator. Ensuring the integrity of the investigation, it is GPD's absolute highest priority, and we are committed to uncovering the precise circumstances of this tragic incident. We will conduct thorough, objective, and impartial investigations. The facts will dictate the findings, and all policies will be applied equally to ensure fairness and accountability. The officer involved in the incident has been placed on administrative leave. Once the Guam Highway Patrol Division concludes its investigation, the findings will be forwarded to GPD's Internal Affairs section. Internal Affairs is also conducting a parallel investigation. GPD has met with the Office of the Attorney General, and the OAG has been provided with the details of the case. The OAG will continue to monitor the investigations and track them for progress updates. We ask the community's patience while the investigations are ongoing. The case is still open, and we are unable to release any more information at this time. Again, this is Colonel Joseph S. Carbolito, Acting Chief of Police of the Guam Police Department. I think the concern is the reporting of it. So there was a release that came out, GPD, at like 4:41 in the morning, and then it was also posted on their Instagram. And what the community, or at least from some of the people that I've talked to or read the comments, were concerned about the first notice. The first notice that came out never mentions GPD being involved in this crash. That is the concern. Again, the very first time people saw this statement, it was posted on the Guam Police Department's Instagram, and it was also posted on our media chat. And it says, units are investigating an auto motorcycle crash on Route 1 by American Grocery in Jigo. Northbound and southbound lanes are closed. Northbound traffic is being turned around. Southbound traffic is being diverted to American Grocery. Please expect traffic delays or plan for alternative routes. More information will be provided as soon as it becomes available. So, again, no mention of a police vehicle involved. Now, to be fair, it just happened, right? Or it was just sent out. And then, on July 12th, the following day, this came out, which was yesterday. GPD is investigating a fatal auto motorcycle crash that occurred around 2 a.m. on July 11 on Route 1 by American Grocery in Jigo. The operator of the motorcycle, an adult male, has not been identified pending notification of next of kin. A GPD patrol vehicle was involved in the incident, right? So, a day later, the release comes out and shares that. Now, what happened before that? People are going to make their own connections. People are going to make their own opinions. And people are going to say what is on their mind. especially when a video starts to circulate on social media.
Yeah, the video was like, it just came out like almost right after. And we're not getting any reports until a day later. And the first one is not even telling the whole thing in its entirety. So,
and I think a lot of people have already seen this video. It does not show the crash.
Yeah.
It doesn't. But it definitely has somebody as making a statement as though they are the witness of what had happened. So, again, that's the latest information from the acting chief of police. And so I also don't want to add to the speculation, right? But there is a concern in the community, too, that there is some form of cover-up. Now, that's why it's important to share what GPD has just released, because the top brass, the acting chief of police, is saying on the record that they are investigating this with the absolute highest priority, and they are committed to uncovering the precise circumstances of this tragic incident. I will use what GPD has shared in the past. What do they share when it comes to crashes? They don't use the term accident anymore because they can be avoided. They're crashes. That's the statement that comes out of Guam Highway Patrol. And yeah, it does say fatal automotive crash. But then they also say that this is a tragic incident. Could it have been avoided? If you're not yielding to traffic, it surely could have been avoided. If you're not using your emergency lights, it could have been avoided. If you're not if you don't have the right of way and you came out onto the road, it could have been avoided. If you're not speeding, it could have been avoided. So there are so many variables. This crash could have been avoided. And that's the unfortunate part. And so, you got to put your trust now on the officials that they're going to do the right thing. The other headline that is coming out too, this one comes from GCC, Guam Community College. Guam Community College announces that it will not be hosting students from SIFA, Science is Fun and Awesome Charter School. Now, we know that that's where SIFA has been going to school for the last school year. So much controversy there too, because were they paying rent or not? They wanted them out of their building, their facility over in Tizen. And so it was great to see that GCC came and assisted where they really needed that help. They needed the help to find a place for them to basically have instruction time, right? So I do know that they also have like office space over at Tumon Sands Plaza. And I was able to go to one of their press conferences and stating that there's some really good news that they're going to share, and they finally did share it. And it was great. It was like problem solved here. However, then here comes a bill where Guam Community College is asking for them to have their own charter school. like a middle college is what they wanted to put together. I don't think that that's coming to fruition because they're sticking with the 7 charter schools that exist. They're not going to move forward with adding 2 more, at least not for right now, because they were also considering another charter school down in Tumon, like a tourism charter school, or a charter school that would include like the tourism industry curriculum. And the possibility was that it could be over at the former DFS, right? So I don't know where we are with those, but I thought I heard some good news over the weekend that CIFA will temporarily use GCC, at least for the beginning part of the school year. You know, so that way they didn't have to push back the first day of school for CIFA. But now getting this release, I'm not sure. I don't see a release that accompanies or is being sent out from CIFA in response. But I thought I heard some good news that at least CIFA will be at GCC, and there will be, and they won't have to postpone or push back their school year. According to GCC President Dr. Judy Guthers, the college will maximize classroom space to support its growing post-secondary programs, certificate programs, workforce training courses, and work-ready boot camps. She says, while we are unable to accommodate CIFA students on our campus this academic year, we remain committed to supporting the school during this transition. We have been in communication with the Guam Department of Education and have asked its leadership to identify suitable temporary classroom space for CIFA. I have been informed that GDOE is actively working on arrangements to meet the school's needs. GCC remains committed to collaborating with its education partners to ensure students throughout Guam continue to have access to quality educational opportunities while the college fulfills its mission of preparing students for college, careers, and island's workforce. So this is the part that kind of confuses me. This release just came out, and so we'll start reaching out to GCC because do you not have ample space for your own charter school?
If you want one.
You asked for, in a bill form, for a charter school to be at GCC. There's currently a charter school at GCC, and if you're not moving forward with your charter school because you need the legislature to greenlight it because there's a cap on charter schools, right? You can't just have one. You have to ask permission because there's only, we only allow 7.
Well, the reasoning on the release says that they're going to need the room for
their post-secondary, not for their charter school,
so what is
for post-secondary.
So what is the real reason why you canceled on CIFA? Because of that?
Or post-secondary.
But at the same time, they're asking for a charter school.
So that's my question, right, is so you're not going to move forward with a charter school because you don't have room for a charter school. You don't have room for CIFA's charter school. So
sounds like double talk.
I mean, there's still, the answer is somewhere in there, right? Because it could be, well, we're not going to, CIFA's school is larger than the charter school that we want. And so if we were to have our charter school, we wouldn't need to use up that much space. That might be a possible answer. However, I don't want to assume that that's the answer or give them the answer. Let's find the real response, right? But, yeah, I just saw this come in before the break. And there's that good news again that, this has been a conversation. CIFA was working really hard. They were working with the Guam Education Board to get them the Chief Brody School, and there was some progress there. There was some opportunities there for CIFA to lease the Chief Brody School, and they had the money. They said they had the money. They had ample amount of money to pay the rent. The Guam Education Board asked the question saying, And you can pay GDOE. I'm like, yeah. But however, there was an issue and a confusion of who actually owned the land. Because Chief Brody, from my understanding, is part of the JFK property, which isn't ours, right? It's all part of the lease back. So, somewhere in there, we can figure this out, though. We make things so difficult. It's like, wait a minute, you're all the same entity. Dr. Judy Guthers, you're still part of the Guam Education Board. So just ask yourself. You're the board chairperson of Guam Education Board. And you are the president of GCC. So you don't need to email anybody. Just ask yourself and respond to yourself. Hey, Guam Education Board, do you have space? Can we make this work? Right? And then Guam Education Board can say, sorry, President of GCC, can you hold on to them a little longer till we figure this out? You're the same person. So, I don't know. I know it's not that simple. However, we can make it that simple. We don't have to make it so difficult. Especially, again, here we are again. You know, is CFA successful? Ask the parents. The parents are saying so. The parents are saying it is successful. And who is affected? The students. So somewhere we can work this out. We can make this work for everybody. And there's time, but there's no time to waste. Because it's July 13th, and first day of school is what, August 10? Yeah.
August 10th. Mm-hmm.
So there's no time to waste. So we'll see. It's not the greatest news, but it's also not the worst response either. I am feeling very optimistic on the statement here from Dr. Judy Guthers, where she says, I have been informed that GDOE is actively working on arrangements to meet the school's needs. So there you go. And it's also in the budget bill that they give GDOE opportunity to lease facilities. And so on the other side, we can get to that. 3:31 in the afternoon, we can get to unpacking a lot of what was said on Friday all the way till today. I was watching a good amount of what was said today, this morning. They recessed and then they came back to debate the budget again around 2:30 in the afternoon. So I know that they're live as we speak. So we'll do that on the other side of these, and we'll also get you your first look at traffic, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, it's 3:31 in the afternoon. It's going to be our first look at traffic as we help you move forward along with one auto stop. Mr. Pauly, Suba, what up? All right, my hand is up to the bar on traffic. I do see mild delays on Route 1 already. Rainforest Drive right around Hospital, the former Hospital School. It's in the park now, right? Mild delays here all the way to Route 10A, Airport Road. Once you get past that, things probably clear up for you until right around the JFK Hill. And there's actually, that's even more congested. Things slow down tremendously. Even southbound, there's an issue there. So I am looking at traffic Raincourt Drive southbound. Actually, so in reverse, it's around from St. Johnsville to that JFK Hill. So expect delays there, not just on north, more so southbound too. There's mild congestion though if you're heading north. And then definitely really slow for you heading south. Other than that, I don't see too many issues. Obviously, there are still
those that are directing traffic. I saw on my way into work today, they're doing an exceptional job over there at the Route 10, Route 5 intersection, right around Price Elementary. So I know that light was blinking, and they had law police department officers directing traffic, and they were doing an exceptional job. They may or may not still be there, but obviously, just be very aware as you get through any of the major intersections when they're not operating, that you definitely want to be careful as they are directing traffic. And they could be directing traffic. If there's a traffic light that's not operating properly, you treat it as a four-way stop. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon, that's Guam Auto Parts. Schedule a test drive today. Call them up 478 Autos, either on the Gray Auto website at GuamAutospot.com.
More than radio. It's Guam's BrightSide, Wave 105. Join the conversation. Glimpses India.
Holiday Guam, over the last 2 years, we have built strong relationships, opened new doors, and created real opportunities for our island. Those partnerships continue to grow stronger, and together, we are making meaningful progress for Guam. Early voting for 2026 primary elections begins July 9th and runs through July 25th at the Western Legal, Tuesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Now is not the time to lose momentum. The foundation has been laid. The relationships have been built, and opportunity to fill Guam has never been greater. Your role will help ensure we continue moving forward together. I humbly ask for your support and your vote. Let's keep building a stronger future for Guam. I'm James Pauly, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this mission.
Supported by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights first. He fights good. Freedom isn't free. Those strong. Believe. When you became, when you rest.
Wheelchair for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
This election, it isn't just about who leads Guam, it's about the future we choose together. Join the University of Guam College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences in the Free Association Task Force for Beyond the Status Quo, a gubernatorial debate, Wednesday, July 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the UOG Fast Lecture Hall. Here the candidates discuss the issues that matter most, compare their visions for Guam, and if you can't make it in person, watch live on YouTube or listen on Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Beyond the Status Quo. Hear their vision, make your choice.
Tune your ears to the perfect vocal harmony today as we uncover a mind-bending acoustic illusion hiding inside a classic musical style. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for July 13th.
Barbershop Music Appreciation Day is all about celebrating that distinct, old-school blend of four voices locking into a beautiful melody. But when a truly talented quartet hits a chord with absolute mathematical perfection, they trigger a fascinating physical phenomenon known as the phantom fifth voice. By tuning their vocal intervals just right, the sound frequencies merge in mid-air, creating a high-pitched overtone that sounds like an angelic whistle. The audience can hear it clearly, even though absolutely nobody in the room is physically singing that high pitch. It turns out that barbershop harmony isn't just a nostalgic musical tradition, it is a brilliant display of acoustic geometry where four players can trick the human ear into hearing a ghost in the room.
Isn't it incredible that they can trick us into hearing somebody that's not there?
Yeah, it is interesting.
That is. It's so talented and so good.
Is this why you drag me to other concerts?
Absolutely, because they are so wonderful.
Did you look for the ghost in the room?
We do. We are also celebrating National Jeans and Freaks Day and International Town Crowding Day. I'm Al Sanderson.
And I'm Waldo Anderson with the National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Balance, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105.
In the afternoon, welcome back to the show. Again, here's the number, 671-922-1051 or 2, Monday, July 13th. This is BrightSide, right here on Wave 105. I'm going to back to Mr. Pauly Suba.
All right, welcome back. So a lot is happening regarding the fiscal year 2027 budget debate, right? And so, I mean, some of this is even old news already. There were two proposals. One was to remove the $10 million threshold and require all qualifying military build-up contracts to remain subject to a 5% BPT. And then there was also a proposal to increase the tax on military contracts from 5% to 6%. Now, that proposal to raise the military contracts to 6% failed. However, there was some debate on the proposal to remove the $10 million threshold. Senator Carlo Taitigui argues that Guam should collect as much revenue as possible while military construction activity remains strong, right? And so a lot of that money could go towards roads and public infrastructure, water, power systems, schools, housing development, hospital and healthcare needs. She says many residents still live along gravel or dirt roads and cannot afford to develop their land because water and power infrastructure is unavailable. According to her explanation, DOD reimburses or provides for the tax through the contract price. Therefore, she, I'm sorry, because I'm waiting for them to go back one session to pause that. She says, according to DOD, reimburses or provides for the tax through the contract price. Therefore, the contractor is not personally absorbing the full cost of the tax. She also said subcontractors should not be taxed twice on the same work. Her main argument was that Guam should not give away revenue by allowing military contracts below $10 million to receive the lower 4%. I don't think that worked out, too. I think she pulled back on that when she realized that there are a number of subcontractors and that would end up having to pay, and the subcontractors are the local companies, right?
But when you think about it, right, I mean, I do see her point in wanting to do this, only because, you know, you do have military contracts, a lot of the exchanges that come, of course, with the construction industry in regards to building roads and infrastructure and whatnot, it takes a back burner to what is already there, you know, as far as the military complex is concerned. And so when you have HQ workers come out you already know, like the GDP at the Philippines, right? You know, their economics are based on how many people they sent out in the world, and they bring all that money back in. And so, yes, they pay taxes. You know, the military is paying, what, 4%? And she wants to increase it by the actual 6%?
Oh, they're at 4.5, but there's a threshold of $10 million, right? Or above that, they're still at 5%. So who wants to just get rid of that threshold altogether?
Of $10 million.
Right.
You know, and she's right. The military buildup is not going to last, and there are a lot of people that, I mean, when you think about it, all that millions and millions of dollars that they get from the federal government, it's not staying here long. And it only stays here through subcontracts with the smaller construction companies. And because they even they don't even need to ship material. The military can ship it to them. And that, then there's money down the drain as far as Guam is concerned.
It was Senator Sanguimatata that brought up, though, that he listed a number of local companies, saying that nearly 54,000 Guam residents work for local businesses. And so he listed companies like Guam Bakery, Ambrose, Cars Plus, Pacific Grocers, Pacific Unlimited, Benson. Many of these companies perform work both on and off military bases. And so he rejects that argument that Guam only has a few years left to benefit from the military spending. He says military investment began more than 20 years ago and will continue well into the future. Senator Jesse Lujan also says we should welcome investment, not discourage it. And then he also gave a list. He said, ever since you guys brought in that AI task force, I thought I'd try to use AI and see what ChatGPT will share. So he said he asked ChatGPT what Guam businesses could be affected by this proposal. And it gave businesses like what Senator Sean gave and more. Like EPA, DOCOMO, Guam Security Agency.
But you don't need AI to tell you that businesses, because we already know that everything is tied into construction.
And maybe you don't even need an independent company and pay them $300,000 for an independent study to tell us what's wrong with tourism.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't need that either.
Or the $5 million to tell you what's wrong with GMH.
Right.
The study that Gita paid for. But again, everything is tied into construction. And when construction, if there's no construction, I mean, case in point, I mean, when you look at the 80s and the construction boom that happened down in Truman, there was money growing off the trees. I mean, we were even given rebates. You file your tax, $54.40. And what do you get? $1,000. That's how much money was coming in from that construction boom. Now, I guess what Senator Tyler wants to do is, hey, look, we see this military construction boom. So why not,
take advantage of it while we can?
While we can. I mean, we're already cutting the taxes for the businesses. All right, well, then let's find taxes, new taxes that we can, incorporate with what we got right now. And one way is to actually take advantage of all the millions, the billions of dollars that is being pumped into this economy.
Yeah. So I think she just walked it back because there were so many local subcontractors underneath that $10 million that would end up having to pay the 5%.
Well, then, here's the deal.
So they're going to pay the 4%.
This only applies to construction companies away from the island.
Oh.
And that's what I would tell her make that bill. I would make that amendment. This doesn't apply to construction companies that are being...
If it was so simple, though, the problem is these military companies, they bid for these contracts, and then they subcontract it out to local companies.
Yeah, the majority, you have to say 3/4 of the contract of about, let's say, $100 million. That doesn't stay in Guam. It doesn't. And the $25 million that they have left, that's what they divvy out to all these subcontractors. And I'm just throwing out numbers, but that's pretty much an example. And so if we can keep that money in here, because we already know that Guam doesn't have, the resources of a big construction company. And half of the time, we're the ones that are doing the work, right? I mean, the small companies that,
That's the reason why I think he wants it back, because these are the small companies are the ones doing the work. And so those big contracts that are $10 million and above will stay at 5%.
Yeah.
The ones that are $10 million under 10, they won't. This won't affect them. So she let it go.
Yeah. If I was there, if I was a colleague.
Well, I mean, the Republicans, they have the majority, and they didn't go with it.
Yeah, I would have just.
He has many colleagues.
All right, this only affects, construction companies that are not from Guam. Everyone that, the small companies that do subcontract.
Unfortunately, the ones that are not from Guam subcontract the companies here in Guam to do the work.
Yeah,
which is sad.
The taxes doesn't apply to them. Right? The small subcontractors locally.
Now I don't know. That's something that I gotta talk to somebody else that knows even more so, because from my understanding, it's built in. The BPT is built into the contract. So who already paid it? Yeah. The military paid it. Right? They already paid. They have built in that BPT.
Honestly, this should have been, when Senator Sean said that they've been doing this already for the last 20 years, when the Pauly agreement came about, this should have been incorporated. How are we going to tax these, off-island companies?
Yes.
And how are we going to benefit? Because everybody was saying, we're going to pump in $2 billion, not $20 billion. And I've heard so many different amounts from the time that this whole issue with the military vote-up started, which was about, early 2000s. And we were still talking about it back then, on the other radio stations that I produced for. And, all the way now we're talking about, think about it. If somebody was to do an accounting from when this build-up actually started, all the way up to now, what did Guam get?
An inflated government budget. We're at $1.4 billion.
Yeah.
Right? 10 years ago, 20 years ago, what was it? Not like 500,000 or 700,000, right?
I remember when Governor Felix took over, it was about $300 to $400 million. That was the governor of Guam's budget.
That was, 16 years ago?
Yeah.
See? Less than 20 years ago.
Less than 20 years ago, and now we're at $1.4 billion. And here's the thing.
That's what we got.
When think about it.
To be fair, people got to get pay raises for sure, and it's all caught up. But government got bigger.
That's fine and dandy. But when you look at from $300 million 16 years ago with Governor Felix to where we are at now at $1.4 billion. What has changed? You know darn well that if you go to the one-stop center, everything that happened 16 years ago is still happening now. And did the service of the government of Guam improve? No. Are we still having issues with getting our licenses?
And we still have so many vacancies.
Yeah, exactly.
We still have so many vacancies.
And that's the problem. I don't mind paying. It's like when you go to a restaurant, Pauly, you don't mind paying the $50 for that nice, juicy steak because the steak is going to be nice and juicy. But if if the steak is still the same from 16 years ago, and you are only paying $20, what are you paying? Of course, yes, inflation and all that stuff that comes into play. But again, what has changed from 16 years ago all the way up to now? The only thing, the price of $1.4 billion. And so, all you voters, think about that. When you go to a government of Guam agency and you have to wait in line for hours just to get your car registration or you have to get your driver's license, think about that.
The cost of doing business has gone up too. Oil has gone up, right? So having to pay for services has gone up. So, I mean, that all gets passed down
it
to the customer.
It does. And likewise with, the private sector, right? If the government is going to raise your taxes, which is why I'm actually for the rollback of the BPT, but it doesn't translate into we give you guys a break, the businesses. You guys need to give us a break because it hasn't happened. Where if I say, Pauly, no more 5%, I'll roll it back to 4.5. Pauly owning the store is going to still keep charging me that amount. And so what did that do? Did the rollback actually, do anything in terms of making goods and services cheaper? No, it did not.
But I think what it has helped, and I can only listen back to the public hearings for those businesses that spoke on the record, it allowed breathing room because they were already covering high costs and low profits, extremely low profits. Mm-hmm. And when you have extremely low profits or even worse, a loss, you close up shop. Mm-hmm. And so, look around. There have been quite a few businesses that have closed up shop. Mm-hmm. Now, it's a different, Lester Carlson has a different perspective. He says, the future is bright. You got to wear shades. And he continues to say this. He said it again. I mean, he had this whole rundown early on. I'm like, okay, because he had this whole statement prepared where he appreciates Senator Chris Duenas and OFB, and there are a number of things that they agree on. However, there are a number of things that they don't agree on, specifically Simon Sanchez. He walked it back the next day, though, because Senator Chris Duenas was correct. Mm-hmm. When Senator Chris Duenas responded on a number of things, responded on what Lester had said. And he walked back a lot of that. Mm-hmm. And they both confirmed that, man, there was this one, I have to go back, I can't remember which one. Maybe somebody can remind me that watched closer than I did. But I remember listening to this statement from Steve Guerrero where he goes, I can't even figure it out. We keep kind of what Attorney Pete was saying. Like, all of this is just they don't have a crystal ball. Mm-hmm. However, they have a formula in place that can say how much money we expect to collect. Yeah. Well, we're collecting more. And he doesn't understand exactly how this is happening. All he can say is, the economy is better. Mm-hmm. And he has to look at the military bill. It's got to be because of the military buildup. Mm-hmm. That we're collecting way more. You can't tell us that people aren't working because we're collecting more on tax withholding.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So people have jobs because we're collecting their taxes on their jobs.
Mm-hmm. I just want, I want an actual number, okay, for year 2024. Build up in the middle of the build-up. What do we actually take in from the military build-up? And then 2025. I mean, we got there has to be some sort of
we could have had a brand new hospital. Mm-hmm. That's what we could have had. Mm-hmm. And the U.S. Treasury was going to pay for it. Yeah. But we took too long arguing with ourselves.
Well, it's the same thing that happened with the underground lines of power, right? That right after Typhoon Karen and Typhoon Pamela, the federal government came to the government of Obama and said, hey, we know that you guys are in Typhoon Alley. Man. So tell you what, why don't we just put everything on the ground and start making concrete homes as opposed to, the substandard, right? Or half concrete, half tin, right?
Why did we not, were we going to be taxed or something? Why did we say no?
No, well, and so here's the thing. They already did test cases because when you look at Sinahania, when you look at Marietta Heights, you notice if you go to Marietta Heights on the way top, some of the houses, they actually look the same because it was all done by GURA, right? And then, likewise, with subdivisions and United and, everywhere, the GURA 501s, they're all underground.
Yeah.
And so that was pretty much the test case. And so the federal government was like, hey, you know what, maybe we should think about this. Maybe we should, put all of, and it would
what did we have to give up?
Well, the government of one, like, no, we want the money. We got the polls. We can do the polls.
Oh, so give us the money instead?
Exactly. And so...
Well, John B. right now is working really hard to convince the federal government. And I say that that's definitely something that we have to have a very unified voice in. Convince the government that, hey, this benefits everybody here. Everybody. Not just the civilians, which we have to do a better job of saying the civilians are worth it anyway, right? We have to make that statement. Like, you're taking up space, Uncle Fed. You're taking up plenty space. And so, to relieve some of that stress and space and uncertainty of all of these geopolitics, China just shot off a missile near Marshall Islands. Still, that's still very controversial. Like, with all of that in perspective,
I think Governor Liu hit the nail right on the head when she went and appeared before Congress, with the other territorial leaders, the governors, right? Where she said, hey, look, we want to put everything underground. It's going to cost us X amount of billions of dollars to put in, but we are the tip of the spear. Everybody loves to say that. But show us that we are just, that Guam is important. Don't just say it. Put your money where your mouth is, right? And, if we are all about national security and all of that, then show us. Now the talk of putting a defense, Golden Dome and everything. Now there's talk about military, actually not just missile defense, but missile offense. So that, if that's the case, if that's what the military is thinking about, then now we're even more of a target. Because we're not.
Well, they know that we are because they're also creating alternative airfields.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Within the other island. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man.
We'll take the break?
Yes, let's do
that. 4:01 in the afternoon. Let's do that. KGWAM FM in Guerrero, Guam.
Oh, before we go, I just got text from the campaign for Senator Liz Borja. He won't be making it. Yeah, because of course the legislature is going through session with the budget. So he apologizes, and he's if we can reschedule. So I'll be working for the senators and candidates, for senatorial candidates that do not show up. I'm going to try. There's going to be shows probably where we'll probably have like one set and then another set. So I'll work with them, and we'll try to get all of them in here to get an informative vote for all of you guys to go to the polls with. All right, we're going to take a short little break. 4:01. It's time for news. We are KGUM FM.
AP News, I'm Hannah from Swarty. The U.S. is giving Iran some commands. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Megani.
Senior American officials say Washington wants Iran to publicly state the Strait of Hormuz is open and ships crossing it will not be attacked. But shortly before they spoke,
responsibility for maritime navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, including its reopening and all necessary demanding operations, rests exclusively with Iran.
Iran's UN diplomat said Iran is willing to uphold its obligations under a tentative ceasefire deal if the U.S. does. The senior U.S. officials say Iran's internal power struggles have caused issues, accusing a rogue faction of trying to sabotage the deal. Sagar Megani at the White House.
Detainees have told their lawyers that an ICE officer shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo through the passenger window of his vehicle. AP's Ben Thomas.
3 men who survived a fatal shooting involving federal immigration officers in Houston this week say no officer was threatened. Representative Sylvia Garcia says ICE's acting director confirmed to her
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not the target of the operation.
Attorney Hugo Valderas Ibarra is representing the 3 detained witnesses.
His only crime was that he fit the description of another man that they were looking for.
Homeland Security's claimed Salgado Araujo rammed a nice vehicle, but the officers were not wearing body cameras, and the agencies released no evidence to support their version of events. And Garcia says the agents' vehicles were unmarked.
They should have something.
I'm Ben Thomas.
Apple on Friday accused OpenAI of stealing trade secrets as it seeks to build its own hardware for ChatGPT. That's a major rupture in a partnership between the iPhone maker and the artificial intelligence company. This is AP News. AP national political reporter Meg Kennard reports Graham Plattner has formally ended his Maine Senate run.
Plattner has submitted his paperwork with the Secretary of State's office, so that makes his exit official. The embattled candidate said several days ago that he intended to quit the race following an allegation of sexual assault, which he has denied. The Maine's Democratic Party has been scrambling to come up with a process to select a new nominee. State law says that they have until July 27th to do so, and the party has indicated it plans to hold a convention with delegates from across the state to come up with that nominee. Several candidates have already put themselves forth in the Maine Senate seat. It's seen as critical by Democrats as they try to regain power in Congress in the November election.
Spain beat Belgium 2-1 with a late goal in the World Cup quarterfinals, advancing Spain to the semifinals. More on these stories at apnews.com. I'm Hannah Petroni, AP News.
This is AP News Minute. The leaders of the U.S. and Iran trade threats of the interim deal to end the war faces new challenges. AP correspondent Julie Walker reports.
President Trump taking to social media, threatening further missile attacks on Iran. This follows calls for his assassination at the funeral of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran's new leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, vowing Saturday to avenge his father's death. Meanwhile, the U.S. has been demanding Iran make a public statement saying the Strait of Hormuz is open and ships won't be attacked.
At Wimbledon, 21-year-old Linda Noskova beat Karolina Muchova 6-2, 5-7, 6-3 in her first Grand Slam trophy. It's that time of year again in Spain, the San Fermin Festival and the running of the bulls in Pamplona. On the fifth morning of the Eco Festival, one runner was pierced in the face, 12 more people needed medical treatment. I'm Donna Warder. This is AP News Minute. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has died at age 71, AP's Julie Walker reports. Graham was a former Air Force lawyer elected to Senate in 2002 after serving in the House. He once opposed Trump and ran against him for president in 2016.
I'm Lindsey Graham, and I'm running for president of the United States.
Trump posting about Graham on social media, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known.
Iran launched airstrikes on Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates Sunday after Iran attacked a container ship in the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. military then struck Iran. AP's John Gambrell is in the UAE.
There have been hopes that negotiations would resume over trying to reach a permanent end to the Iran war.
And Iranian state media is reporting new attacks on military targets on an island near the strait. I'm Donna Warder.
Again, Route 10A trying to head on to Route 1 now. The lane's there. That's not a sign for that. Still seeing major delays Route 1 import zone between St. John's School and the hill that takes you down to Weston. Maybe everybody's going there to early vote. But when you do, when you get down to the bottom of it, they'll tap you down. Yeah. So, in any direction, right? So if you're already down if you want to the old Galleria by BFF trying to get over to Western, you shouldn't have any problems. There are mild delays trying to make that left turn onto Route 1 down to the hill. And that's just really congestion that is affecting the whole area there. Things do clear up for you after that intersection. It's not too bad where the Route 16 and Route 1 meet, right around the Mike Lincoln Mall. I don't see any issues with
I mean, just a mild delay is the delays that we usually are used to around Honolulu, but it's not heavy just yet. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon. That's Guam Auto Spot. They're going to text us today. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website at guamautоспot.com.
KGMFM, Denver, this is Wave 105.1 FM, Eclipse's media radio station.
Friends who still haven't switched to GTA, now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 if you're sending them our way. For first time, you sign up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if you go for a sports bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's cheap, and it saves you share. Visit GTA.net to start returning today. GTA, we start with you. Limited conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. Lawn is building the future, and the right conversations start here. Exchange Guam Coast invites you to the 2026 Industry Forum, happening July 28th to 30 at the Duke of Swan Resort. Join military, government, and industry leaders as they come together to discuss Guam's future in infrastructure, resilience, and regional growth. This premier event connects you to Guam's next generation of infrastructure. Registration is open. Visit GuamIndustryForum.com. The 2026 SCME Industry Forum, delivering Indo-Pacific readiness.
Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 is here from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Talking about guns with others might not always feel comfortable, but it could save a life. Here's a way to start a conversation. Your family is going over to your neighbor's home for dinner for the first time. How would you ask if there are any unlocked guns in the home?
Hey, we're so excited for tonight. Before we come over, may I ask a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you have any pets?
Yes, we have a dog.
Good. And a pool outside?
Nope, just a big old backyard.
Nice. Another question. Are there any unlocked guns in the home?
Our guns are stored securely, locked in a safe that the kids can't access.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about what we can bring for dessert.
Learn how to have the conversation at agreetoagree.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council.
Kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time to start building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals cost, millions of kids need access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give back at feedingamerica.org/summer hunger.
My name is Erica. My son Jason is a teacher of the Shriners children. My oldest called me and said Jason got burned. The doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do. We're just so thankful that Jason is still here.
Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
KGMFM, Denver, Pawtucket. This is Wave 105.1 FM, Eclipse's media radio station.
923-1051 or 2. That's the best you can hope, Mr. Pauly. We do want to thank our sponsor, Subway. At Subway, you got to recheck the D-Stress. Micropack from both the Sony and more. Micropack is one home for quality electronics. Jerry's Grill and Bar, Chili's. For light great food and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. And Triple J Ford. Get that free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit triplejguam.com and get pre-approved instantly. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Back to the budget session, right? And so early on, ideas are all, I think it was Saturday that Senator Chris Barnett proposed. If it wasn't Saturday, it was Friday afternoon. He proposed using the business privilege tax revenue. Keep it at 4.5. Don't go down to 4 on October 1st, and let's distribute $1,000 household grants. And so, again, keep the BPT at 4.5 instead of 4, and use the estimated $40 million that would have been lost from the tax reduction to create a storm recovery grant program. And so, he dubbed it SAFU, or maybe SAFU, I don't know, but it's an acronym, Storm Assistance for You. Is that a Samoa word? SAFU? Yeah. What does that mean?
Good question.
Okay.
But I know I've heard the word before.
Okay. Well, the acronym is Storm Assistance for You program. Under the proposal, eligible Guam households would receive $1,000 grant. The grant would be tax-free, and the money would go directly to residents instead of the Guam agencies. And the families could spend this money on repairing typhoon damage, installing typhoon shutters, buying plywood, reinforcing doors and windows, purchasing generators, buying portable battery systems, installing residential solar equipment, replacing spoiled food, purchasing emergency supplies. He says that these grants would not replace FEMA assistance. Instead, they would be provided in addition to any federal disaster assistance households receive. And so, with the recent storms like Sinlaku and Bobby, they've placed tremendous financial pressure on families, and so, as residents throw away food from their refrigerators due to all these days without electricity. And, you still have to think about the families that don't have power, right? And so it's 11% of the island still without power. And I know usually when once you have power, you kind of forget all of the woes. But don't forget, there are still people
11%
that have the woes.
11% were.
Yeah. He had the support from Senator Parkinson, but
anybody else?
I think even Senator Therese Chalahi, she supports it. She supported it. They just didn't have enough votes.
Really sad. When you think about it, because I know that if your house is damaged, you have to have.
This would have only worked if they kept the BPT at 4.5.
I see.
Yeah. Wow. So that's the only way it would have worked. And so not enough senators committed on keeping the BPT at 4.5. We knew that this was coming. I don't blame the senators for not trying. They are doing exactly what they said they were going to do. You know exactly what Senator Chris Barnett is all about, right?
What was the total amount that he was asking for?
$40 million.
$40 million?
That's how much we get. So, we know that the revenue dropped about $40 million, or not that it didn't drop, because they're still seeing increases, right? And that is the big argument as to lowering the BPT.
saying, look, revenue projections have been up. I mean, have increased on top of the projections, right? It is now time to give back to the business owners that have been suffering for a long time. Now, remember, we can't forget that we were at 4% before. However, it was Governor Eddie Calvo that said, listen, we need to increase the BPT because the tax withholdings are decreasing while President Trump is president. We're not going to be able to collect as many taxes. Therefore, the government is going to go in a deficit, right? And then that legislature moved forward with it, and Governor Eddie Calvo signed it. That was all supposed to be temporary, right?
Yeah, they did have a sunshine to
It was all supposed to be temporary.
It was because of the Trump tax.
So, I mean, to be fair again to the big businesses,
the big bad businesses.
Hiya, dang. They're just asking to go back to what was before. It has been difficult these past years, right? Holding the line. And these businesses have come together. And at the same time, I also don't blame these businesses either. This is what you should be doing. You should be organizing. Everybody is doing this the right way. And so here we are all living in this small community. We don't need to be at each other's throats. We can recognize and respect the great work that all these senators are doing and advocating, not necessarily for special favors, because I could see both sides. I could see the Senator Jesse Lujan, Senator Shangu Matauta, Senator Chris Duenas advocating for Vice Speaker Tony Abbott, advocating for these small businesses and those that they employ. Because, again, these businesses are closing down or have very small profits. They're just trying to keep their doors open. And at the same time, I can also respect and appreciate Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Tello Tideway, Therese Terlani, Sabina Perez, Will Parkinson, on the other side, too. Talking about those that are below the poverty line that need these programs to keep their lights on, to keep their livelihood. I appreciate the discourse. I appreciate the debate. And with all of this said, though, we know that this was not a surprise because Senator Chris Duenas, along with the OSB, looked at the numbers a year ago and said, let's contemplate going from 5 to 4 within 2 years. So last budget session, they didn't go from 5 to 4. They went 5 to 4.5. And let's see within this year how it all unfolds. And we will reintroduce rolling it back one more time to 4. So this has been a conversation for 2 years. This has not been a secret. This is not nobody should be shocked that this majority is moving forward with reducing the BPT to 4%. And even the governor has also said that it's best that we keep it at 4.5. However, with all of the conversation and all the dialogue, let's Esther Carlson, it says that even the governor, I didn't hear her say it, but Esther had said that the governor, if some of these things get implemented, the governor would be inclined to sign the budget bill as is. But there are some things that we need to look at. And so that's why it was important to watch the budget session and see where people would advocate more so for. I thought we were going to get a little bit more pushback from the administration, and we saw a little bit of that early on. But that went away by Saturday. That went away. And really you're only seeing a lot of the pushback from Paris Talai and Barnett and Sabina Paris. And a lot of the issues were that the rules kept changing as we went along. And I have to agree with Senator Paris Talai that there were rules that were set early on, and then you watch it. You can go back and watch it. More rules kept adding on. And some senators that were on the side of, I wouldn't say on the side of, but some senators that have not been as active against Senator Chris Duenas were allowed time and time was not being taken away from them when they would speak. And Senator Sabina Paris' time would be taken away. Senator Paris Talai's time would be taken away. Senator Chris Barnett's time would be taken away. And so Senator Sabina Paris brought it up a couple of times, like, this feels like we're being censored. And so again, the legislature did it to themselves. They put this timetable, this time frame to pass a budget to themselves.
None of them reclaimed their time?
Trying to, and here and there. There was a lot of recess. There was a lot of, we're going into recess and we'll figure this out. There was a lot of, all right, now there was a lot of talking over each other, a lot of citing laws back and forth, describing what a point of order, not clarification. Yeah. And what is and what isn't, what is debate and what isn't debate.
I mean, come on, if you people don't know what that is, when you have to ask, what's the point for clarification? To get some clarity.
Yeah.
Point of information, because I got something else to say. Come on. Yeah. When stuff like that happens, in the business of trying to conduct the business for the government of one for the people of one, and you just got to look at how people act in session and everything. Like, who is there to grab headlines and get that awesome soundbite, right? Headline chasers, right? And who's having a lackluster, like, oh man, I got to say something, because it's going to be in the news tonight. So I mean, I've seen it all before. Like, people right now, as we speak, and they're on session floor, you have their people texting, "See this, Senator?
Really?
This question?" Yeah, look at them when they're always looking at their phones, or they're always looking, at their laptops and everything. They're being coached. Trust me. And how to say it and what to say. I mean, some of these guys, they read word for word to sound like they know what they're talking about. But
I mean, I don't necessarily. I don't hate the whole. Some people might call it trying to get sound bites or whatever. Some people might see it as that. I see it as this person understands the issue here and
you can
wants to fight tooth and nail.
Pauly, you can actually tell who knows what they're doing, and it also comes with the years that you put in. I would like to see senators that talk less and observe more. And that person, when that senator does that, and he or she does end up speaking, they have a lot to say because they've taken in a lot. And then when you see the ones that always jump at the mic because somebody got offended, and we've seen it time and time again, and just be so the roles are out the door. There's no decorum, and they always talk about decorum and whatnot, and then they're always going to be the ones to interrupt and blatantly interrupt another senator that's trying to say his or her piece. Then you already know that those are the type of people that we need to watch out for. Anybody that just interjects and want to get their point across and get louder and closer to the mic, and you can actually hear it when it distorts. Yeah, those are the people that I watch closely, and I'm like, okay, I'm at the polls now. I'm not remembering anything you said on your commercials or anything that I read in your ads or anything like that. I'm remembering how you conducted yourself while you were conducting the business for the government.
I haven't seen it at all. I haven't seen any of that what you described with this budget session.
Oh, gosh. Well, not in this budget session, but past, right?
Oh, okay.
And everybody's going to be nice and play a nice ball game because, primary is about 2 weeks away, so they're not going to act a fool, especially now that everybody's watching, right? And so you just got to watch and really observe how these people are. And you're not going to see anybody, again, act a fool right now because it's too close to the election. And it's going to be fresh in people's minds. It's up to us, people like us and everybody else in talk radio and, and the media to remind these people that, hey, there is an election coming up, and if we have to do the grading process, grade them on their performance. Was it poor performance? Because they're always talking about performance-based budgeting. Well, on August 1st and early vote, we're doing our performance-based. and so just, again, just be mindful, voters out there, all of you people listening, take notes. Who acted a fool, and what do you remember, and, Pauly and I, we talked about this a couple weeks ago about, the business that they do for the people of Guam. And we did it in the form of how many bills were introduced. Did they actually write the bills, or was it submitted by a lobbying group or a special interest group to have their senator push it in? Even though the senators, there are sometimes where the senators don't even know what bills they're putting in and everything. They just submit it. And that's why when you see it, like, to the author of the bill, what is this part and everything? Can I go to recess right now and I'll get back to you? Because now they're learning the bill. I'm telling you, I've seen it, and
well,
I'm ruining myself right
now. That's not Barnett. That's not Perez.
No.
That's not Terlai. That's not Tello.
Yeah, those guys know.
Those guys are not doing that. That's for sure.
And I got when you look at Chris Barnett, he has come a long way. Even on his first term.
Because people would say, oh, he's just looking for sound bites.
No.
It's not Barnett looking for sound bites because this guy does know the amendments that he is introducing. And he knows the challenges that these agencies are facing. Now, he gets a lot of
slack.
No, he gets a lot of criticism when it comes to businesses calling him out, saying, "Oh, you're calling us the big bad business," and I'm offended. I don't see it that way.
No, I mean he just wants a balance in terms of you can have a good business, but at the same time, the people of Guam can live a good life. And when there's a disparity between people getting X amount of tax breaks in the form of $40 million, and then you see the lifestyle and the cost of living going up and our people being pushed down, I see where he's coming from. And there are a lot of times where I don't agree with Chris, but I have to admire the guy, okay? Because when you look at his first term, look at what's going on with GDOE right now. Before they go to school, you have to, go in there and make sure that the schools are, they have to pass inspection pretty much. And that was never done before. And now, you know, in his first term, that's what he did. And I'm like, dude, okay. You know, I'm almost a believer. But he has done a good job. And Chris is one real smart, intelligent guy. You cannot pull one over in him. Remember, this is the same guy that called out the government for 20 years on the radio. And he has, you know, I mean, he's not about friends or anything like that. You know, like, I'm going to offend somebody and everything. If you're going to offend me, then fine. You know, but, you know, we put him in there, you know, like it or not, he is working. And, you know, I don't think he's chasing headlines. I think by default, you know, what makes it look like he's chasing headlines is that he's actually talking about things that we really do care about. And if that's what you call chasing headlines, then he has the pulse of the community.
Yeah, because when he is talking, he's definitely not reading from the laptop or from a phone and trying to read out a statement on the fly.
Exactly. You know, or get calls from like, oh, well, we got called and can we push back the bill and go back into committee? You know, I mean, come on, man.
Because, I mean, I get it because sometimes you are trying to collect your thoughts. So I'm not even going to criticize somebody that is reading statements. However, when you do see it, you do start to question, like, well, do you know what you're introducing? Do you understand what your bill or your amendment aims to do? Because you are reading verbatim from your laptop.
Or getting calls to read it or to make the amendment.
And also using phrases or statements that are that don't necessarily have to be used. If you clearly want to say that we need this $300,000 to pay for an independent survey to decide whether the current GVB system is working, then you can say that. You don't necessarily have to read 2 pages of why tourism is failing, and if we don't.
And utilize the jargon, you know, and the vernacular. Yeah, I mean, subsets and so and so. Hey, man.
Because Senator Chris Barnett goes, when it was his turn to talk, he goes, why do we need this again? Is this another AI strategy to do this? Let me just help you right now. How about we just clean the parks, clean the restrooms, and give me my $300,000 because I solved it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that difficult, right? And so he didn't read a paper to say that. He straight up said, this is the issue. This is how we solve the issue.
Yeah.
He didn't need to read anything to make that statement. To me, that's not chasing a headline. That's responding to what is being argued and saying it from the dome.
Yeah, and like I said, when you observe these people in session or public hearing, right? I mean, I've seen senators that really sounded very condescending and treating adults like kids. I mean, I watched one public hearing where one of the senators was saying, all right, for all of you guys, raise your hand, stand up. I'm like, really? A senator? Really? I mean, what are we playing Simon Says here? I mean, you know, we already know that there's a problem with funding with GDOE, but to call out the leaders and make them look like, you know, I mean, making them become a spectacle. So that right there is chasing headlines. And, you know, I'm just going to say it. It was Senator Sabrina Salas that did this with GDOE. You know, and this was last year. You know, and it was the same thing she did on session floor. You know, how many people, who was the leadership that was here? Who was speaker? Who was the committee on rules and everything? Raise your hand if your bill didn't get passed out of committee. I mean, the whole raising hand thing and all, if you're trying to make a point, you know, do it professionally. Don't call out people like that because it's just so unbecoming of a senator, you know, to do that when the leadership of GDOE is there to answer your questions, and the first thing on your mind is to make them look like crap. We already know what the problem is. We don't have to compound it with making people look like fools. I mean, because each of them are professional at what they're professionals. They got voted some of, most of those members got voted in. And now, by virtue of that, you're basically saying the people I voted for was crap. Well, guess what? I'm voting again. So, again, just I mean, if I had to look and give of people that I know what they're doing, Senator Chris Duane is one of them. That guy, you can't pull it over. Even if you call him out.
I appreciate the discourse between both Chris's. Yeah. Because they both make some fair points. Yeah. And also Senator Chris Duenas will also share his expertise on the bill and also the budget itself. Yeah. And so he's done his homework as well.
I love Sean, but Sean is more technical, and he will pull out Mason's manual.
Oh, he definitely.
Subsection of the Mason's manual. I'm like, hey, Sean, dude, lighten up. Because all of that, I get it, and he calls it like, look, this is what it is, and if we're going to play by the rules, then let's follow it, and that's what I like about Sean. With Senator Jessalon, very calm and collected. He's like the elder statesman in the room. Like, hey, man, you guys, let's stop acting like a fool. We are on TV, and this is what needs to be done. But at the same time, he's no pushover either.
Well, I think he needs those talking points to collect his thoughts. Though.
Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, if he sees that there is a problem, he's going to call you out, like what he did with the GDP when they had their oversight. And so, Speaker Frank, very fair type of guy. I rarely see this guy lose his cool, right?
Oh, yeah. But if you do, the heat is coming.
Exactly.
Yeah. I can appreciate all of the different individuals, right, and personalities for sure. And so I'm not going to tell anybody how to take it, right? I mean, everybody's going to watch it and have their own criticism. They'll form their own opinions on who they like or don't like. Because I could see, again, both sides. For me, when I see that only these people are passionate about this issue, I wonder, do the others understand the issue? Are they concerned about these issues? Do they get it? Or are they just towing party lines and only there as a number? Because I question that a lot, especially when I don't hear from some of these senators on one issue after another. At the same time, I can also respect the thought process of there doesn't need to be any more talk on this particular issue. Let's just get this done because everything everyone else is saying is just nuance.
It's just all noise.
Right.
And, headline chasing.
Right. And so I can respect that process too, because I've asked a certain senator, do you understand what is happening? I hardly ever hear from you. And the senator says, listen, no one that is debating has changed my mind, and I know I'm not going to change their mind. And so adding another 5 minutes to this 1 hour and 10-minute conversation isn't helping anybody. And so I still have my own opinion after that conversation. However, other people have the exact opposite opinion of how I think. And so some people will continue to vote for a person that hardly ever speaks. However, for me, I still wonder, do you even know what's going on?
You know who you just described about a person that, everything you just said? The one senator that comes to mind is Senator Joe. He rarely says anything, but he's almost like the guy that, hey, come on, you guys. We've been at this for so long already. let's just vote. I mean, if you're against it, you're against it. If you're for it, let's just vote and, get it all done with. He's the get-her-done senator, pretty much.
Yeah. If you don't want to vote for this, then, I put in my effort. I did my due diligence.
Yeah.
If I have your vote, great. If I don't, let's go.
And again, we try not to, control or tell you how to vote for people and everything. We're just reminding you what you have right now. Because the fact of the matter is, when it comes to elections, I hate to say it, but Guam has short-term memory. And they only, especially when they're going out and shaking hands and, hugging babies, kissing them and everything and all that feel-good stuff. And then come January after the inauguration, somebody's fighting for speakership.
Well, let me just give you an example on one. Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. There's concern, right, that this current budget and the worry is that the federal government will end some grants.
Yes.
And so that very well could threaten services like the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, the Mobile Crisis Response, the Autism Services, the Children's Home-Based Mental Health Care, Family Stabilization Services, Therapeutic Group Homes for Youth, Residential Services for Adults with Serious Mental Illness, Homeless Drop-In Services, Drug Treatment and Detoxification Programs, Medications, Meals, and Medical Supplies, right? So that's what some senators are very concerned about.
Yes.
On the other side, OFB Director Stephen Guerrero says that the Behavioral Health Director told him the agency would work. Actually, it wasn't the director, it was their finance officer.
Okay.
That says that they would work with whatever funding level the legislature provides. However, they said, you're under oath, Mr. Guerrero, are you sure? What about the director? Because Senator Tello goes, I've spoken to the director, and he ain't down with that. There is a concern. And so Steve Guerrero says, listen, I've been in talks with the finance team, and things can change. However, I was just talking to them at least today, and that is the stance. And so there is some back and forth. However, he says that Guam must decide whether to replace the money with local funds, reduce the program, or end the program. Just generalizing that the government doesn't. Well, he's generalizing on federal grants because there are plenty of them.
Yeah, no, but
the Gov Guam does not need to take up every federal program. You have to decide.
Well, specifically with mental health,
estimated federal funding loss was about $4 million.
And that's everything that you had just mentioned.
Here and there.
Okay.
Right? Here and there. Not everything that I just had mentioned. But there's no federal grants are always threatened.
Yeah.
They're always threatened to go away. And we saw some grants just out of nowhere with no response, no reason as to why they were getting canceled, get canceled. However, other senators in other jurisdictions come together and they get up in arms. The court system gets decides whether or not President Trump was right or not, and they come back.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be the uncertainty.
But at the same time,
Steve Guerrero says, if you want more certainty, then this legislature must decide if you just want to fund these programs. Because there will always be uncertainty. However, he says, Guam Behavioral Health did not spend in previous years. The OFD reported about 93,000 projected to lapse in the current year, about 2 million lapsed in the fiscal year 2025, about 347,000 lapsed in fiscal year 2024. And so that shows the agency has room to manage within the proposed budget.
Or they can cut back.
Okay. And so the other argument, though, is that funds may remain unspent because of staff shortages, procurement delays, contract delays, vacant positions, projects that were planned but not completed on time, and for a number of reasons why. A number of variables are in play as to why, and there's really no one really to pinpoint as to who to blame. So that's what they're arguing. So there are, I would even say, more than just two sides as what is happening here during the budget. There are philosophical disagreements. There are theories, not just facts. There are theories as to how we should move forward in funding the government of Guam. And even the OFB director himself says he's still trying to wrap his head around why we continue to exceed the tax collecting, the amount of tax that we collect, why we continue to exceed that number. So again, that's why, there are clearly a difference of opinions and a difference of philosophy, not just on how to fund the government, but how to govern the island. And it's all happening, in our face in real time as we speak.
Very nice.
Somebody's on the line?
Yes.
All
Our
right.
favorite, Miss Maria Pangilinan.
Oh, heck yeah. We were just talking about early voting. You have an update?
Well, we'll open tomorrow from 10 to 6, and we'll do that Tuesday through Saturday at the West End. I'd like to let our people of Guam know that district registration is on now. Our registrars are at the mayor's offices, all the mayor's offices except a few. So Melesu is in the senior center. Unfortunately, Lomu Tokumaiti had to move to Hagatnya, mayor's office.
It's probably because there's no power there.
I'm sorry?
It's probably because there's no power at the mayor's office.
That's why we're moving around.
Right.
And so MTM is in Hagatnya, and Jotnya is at the community center. Okay?
I'm writing.
And phones, some landlines are not working either. So we have cell phone numbers for those without landlines. I can send that to you probably later on.
Perfect, yeah. Yeah, so that's great. So, again, your district registrars are at the mayor's offices beginning today or tomorrow?
Today.
Beginning
Up
today.
until 8 o'clock every night until July 17th.
July 17th, got it. Including weekends?
No, not the weekend because July 17th is this Friday.
Friday, that's right, got it. Got it. Okay, and Melesu is at the Senior Citizen Center. MTM Mayor's Office, the registrar for MTM is at Hagatnya Mayor's Office. That includes Hagatnya too, right? So you can either you can register to vote at the Hagatnya Mayor's Office for Hagatnya or for MTM.
Actually, anyone can go to any mayor's office to register with the photo ID and proof of citizenship.
Okay, so if maybe I'm registered in Hoggett, but I'm at a Hagatnya shopping center, and I'm like, hey, let me just register to vote. I'll just pull into the Hagatnya Mayor's office, and I'm good?
Yes, you're good.
There you go.
If you still need to register.
Right. Got it. Okay. How's early voting so far, the numbers?
Okay, so the first day we got over 200. I think it was 240. On the second day, Friday, we had 274, I believe. And on the third day, Saturday, we had 354.
Okay.
Yes. So we're excited about opening up tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the West End. And remind everybody that if you're still not registered, you can come to the West End to register to vote and to vote at the same time.
Understood. I know there have been concerns from board members as to the number of early voters. Is there like a threshold? Is there a goal that you would like to meet to appease those commissioners?
We know that the numbers are higher than both 22 and 24.
Okay.
So I believe the commissioners are maybe okay with these.
Okay.
With these numbers that we're pushing out.
Yeah. I just did simple math, 868.
As of Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, as of last Saturday.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I mean, every vote counts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're still, Pauly, we're still going out doing homebound voting as well.
Yeah.
So our phone lines are now working, and they can call 671-477-9791. If there are folks that are homebound, they can call us, and we can validate whether they're registered or not. If they're not registered, we can go out by the 17th of July to make the homebound person register and vote at the same time.
All right. I have a question, too, that was brought up a couple of days ago. I never got back to you on it. Should a family member contact you if their family member voted early and passed away before their vote gets counted?
Yes, they can get in touch with us. Unfortunately, we will need more than that. Either a death certificate, something certifying that the voter who already voted, unless we have a death certificate or something certifying the death, we only then will we take out the ballot.
Okay. Is it by law that you have to provide this information?
We won't deny the vote until such time that we try not to deny anybody the vote, but if we find out that the person has passed, we will need something to say that we're not going to count. What we will do as part of our process and standard operating procedure, we will pull the ballot out if somebody comes up to us, and we will bring it up to the commissioners when we need after the election. Remember that we will still have unofficial results until we count the cured provisional ballots and any ballots that are outstanding. So we will present it to the commissioners on the 11th day after the election.
And that's not as common, right? I mean, it happens, but it's not a common thing where you're seeing, like, I don't know, 30 to 40 ballots being pulled out because of death, right?
Under my watch, we have not done that.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, right? Maybe one or two.
Yes. And we do, as an aside, in the public health and social services, we get a list every 15th of the month so that we can take out, officially that's what we do.
Every 15th of the month, you get that list from public health.
That list, yes.
Okay. Okay, Director, is there anything else that you wanted to share with our listeners? I know you have a lot of good information that is available on your website, right? And everything's good with the website. It's up and running, right? I was looking at it just a couple hours ago.
Yeah. So you will notice that online voter registration, motor voter registration, and volunteer voter registration has Cs. They all have Cs. The only thing that's going on is district registration at the mayor's offices and down at the Westin if they show up to vote.
Okay. Oh, it looks like you have a meeting today as well at 5:30.
Oh, yes. We're very busy. We have a meeting. We have a reconvene meeting scheduled for tonight at 5:30.
Okay.
We also had all our voter registrars, our volunteer voter registrars, come to us on Saturday because that was the last day for them to turn in their packet.
Right. Okay. And then for those that are going to do the to register to vote, remember to bring a valid issued photo ID and proof of citizenship.
Yes, a validly issued ID, which means actually if for some reason your Guam ID or your Guam driver's license or your state driver's license is expired, it's okay.
Yeah.
But you have to bring proof of proof of citizenship.
Got it. Yeah. All right. And as we're getting closer, looking at the list here, I can't remember if any precincts changed. Can you remind me if everything is as it was 2 years ago?
All the polling sites are the same.
All the same, okay.
Okay? We're doing an assessment of the polling sites this week and next week. The polling sites, the actual sites, are still the same. At Dominican in Gigo, we may switch from the gym to classrooms.
Okay.
Other than that, that's the only change that we've heard so far.
Okay. All right. And I know the conversation was always, since you brought up the power outage at MTM, right? And they're moving down to the Hagåtña mayor's office. Are there any concerns about also moving Hagåtña precinct up to MTM or vice versa because of the small population of votes that come into Hagåtña? Not this time around?
I'm sorry, I lost you there for a while.
Oh, no worries. Because of the small population, not saying that they would vote all together, but would they move the precinct over to like MTM or somewhere else close by so that way it would consolidate voting, precinct volunteers and officials for Hagåtña?
For Hagåtña, we are to registration. Is that what we're talking about? I'm sorry?
Actually, actual voting. I know that that always gets brought up. There's a small population, right?
Sorry. They're there because of the power outage.
Right. But on the day of voting, right? It's over at the legislature, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so have the commissioners brought up that concern about maybe even consolidating precincts because of the small population in Hagåtña? Or
no, no. So we did precinct realignment early on in the year. So what we did was we went from 67 precincts to 59 precincts. But we still have precincts in every village. Okay, Hagåtña has one. I think Aspen went from 2 to 1 precinct. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks. I know you got to get ready for your meeting. I don't want to keep you from that.
I could do it, Marcy. And thank you for taking my call to make the announcement about district registration starting.
Got it. Okay, Director.
Okay.
Take care.
How's the mark? Seduce Marcy, Pauly, Suba.
Buen progressive. 5:02 in the afternoon, KZUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Yeah, I mean, that gets brought up quite a few times, but I would say just like how we were sharing about convenience, moving that precinct further away from the small population of Hagåtña is definitely going to inconvenience them. And again, the statement should always be every vote counts. And so we shouldn't make it more inconvenient. for the population of Haggadah just because they're small. Now, there can still be that conversation if we can address it properly and address the convenience part. Because, again, they're talking about that with schools, too. You know, the school population is small. Let's redistrict. Let's consolidate. Let's maximize population. And sometimes they do it at the risk of inconveniencing students and parents and moving those schools further away from their communities. And so before you make any of those decisions, you should have more conversation, genuine conversation. 5:04 in the afternoon, let's take the break, and we'll be right back. We'll give you some good news thanks to Provisions Wine and Cheese, and that's on the other side of these. KGUM-FM in Gettysburg, Guam.
U.S. is getting Iran some demands. AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani.
Senior American officials say Washington wants Tehran to publicly state the Strait of Hormuz is open and ships crossing it will not be attacked. But shortly before they spoke,
responsibility for maritime navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, including its reopening and all necessary demining operations, rests exclusively with Iran.
Iran's UN diplomat said Iran is willing to uphold its obligations under a tentative ceasefire deal if the U.S. does. The senior U.S. officials say Iran's internal power struggles have caused issues, accusing a rogue faction of trying to sabotage the deal. Sagar Meghani at the White House.
Detainees have told their lawyers that an ICE officer shot Lorenzo Salgado Araujo through the passenger window of his vehicle. AP Ben Thomas.
3 men who survived a fatal shooting involving federal immigration officers in Houston this week say no officer was threatened. Representative Sylvia Garcia says ICE's acting director confirmed to her
Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not the target of the operation.
Attorney Hugo Valderez Ibarra is representing the 3 detained witnesses.
His only crime was that he fit the description of another man that they were looking for.
Homeland Security's claims Salgado Araujo ran the ninth vehicle, but the officers were not wearing body cameras, and the agencies released no evidence to support their version of events. And Garcia says the agents' vehicles were unmarked.
They should have something.
I'm Ben Thomas.
Apple on Friday accused OpenAI of stealing trade secrets as it seeks to build its own hardware for ChatGPT. That's a major rupture in a partnership between the iPhone maker and the artificial intelligence company. This is AP News. AP national political reporter Matt Kennard reports Graham Plattner has formally ended his Maine Senate run.
Plattner has submitted his paperwork with the Secretary of State's office, so that makes his exit official. The embattled candidate said several days ago that he intended to quit the race following an allegation of sexual assault, which he has denied. The Maine's Democratic Party has been scrambling to come up with a process to select a new nominee. State law says that they have until July 27th to do so, and the party has indicated it plans to hold a convention with delegates from across the state to come up with that nominee. Several candidates have already put themselves forth. In the Maine Senate seat, it's seen as critical by Democrats as they try to regain power in Congress in the November election.
Spain beat Belgium 2-1 with a late goal in the World Cup quarterfinals, advancing Spain to the semifinals. More on these stories at apnews.com. I'm Hannah Pichwani, AP News.
This is AP News Minute. Leaders of the U.S. and Iran trade threat says the interim deal to end the war faces new challenges. AP correspondent Julie Walker reports.
President Trump taking to social media, threatening further missile attacks on Iran. This follows calls for his assassination at the funeral of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran's new leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, vowing Saturday to avenge his father's death. Meanwhile, the U.S. has been demanding Iran make a public statement saying the Strait of Hormuz is open and ships won't be attacked.
At Wimbledon, 21-year-old Linda Noskova beats Karolina Muchova 6-2, 5-7, 6-3 in her first Grand Slam trophy. It's that time of year again in Spain, the San Fermin Festival and the running of the bulls in Pamplona. On the fifth morning of the 8-day festival, one runner was pierced in the face, 12 more people needed medical treatment. I'm Donna Warner. This is AP News Minute. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has died at age...
Wave 105 show. The topic for a proud racist media group.
Friends who still haven't switched to GTA, now's the time to give them a nudge, because you can get up to $150 just for setting them on a race. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet and will score $100. And if they go for a storage bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple. It's easy and it pays to share. Visit GTA.net to start referring today. GTA, we start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information.
Close your eyes and open your senses. Introducing the all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5. Thoughtfully redesigned with a refined interior, larger 15.6-inch touchscreen display, advanced connectivity, and Mazda's signature driving experience. Enjoy elevated comfort, intuitive technology, and craftsmanship designed around you. The all-new 2026 Mazda CX-5 Sport is available from $29,995 or just $198 per paycheck. Get pre-approved instantly at ojbrown.com.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer in the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here on Guam at a game team for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years and 4 oaths. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho. Page 1.
Welcome back to Congress. Now for July 31st, Mobile Smiles Act members can enjoy a free sports Subway sandwich. Get every minimum fill up of $30 cash at Chick-fil-A mobile station. Available exclusively on the mobile app. It's an easy selling. Fuel up, open your app, and enjoy your rewards. Not a member yet? Pick up a Mobile Smiles card at any mobile location. Search and get mobile and Subway is a great deal for the summer. See store for details.
How we can help you. North on Williamsport Drive, most of you are doing that. And I think definitely still down to right around JFK, Williamsport, and northbound, and continue throughout that upper Tucson area. About 16 miles delayed there, making that right turn onto Harmon Loop. Once you get onto Harmon Loop, that doesn't look too bad until you meet up with everybody else on Williamsport Drive. Because, to be honest with you, that is the way to go. Go Harmon Loop to avoid all of that traffic. It doesn't make any sense to bypass Harmon Loop and continue on to Route 16 because you will slow down tremendously at the intersection of Route 16 and Route 1, and it will be slow moving until about the Central Road. If you can find a way to get over the Machete, that you can avoid even more of that traffic. However, it all depends on the light to turn left on Allegheny. That will slow you down in there as well. Allegheny Road. Sometimes it's a shortcut and sometimes it's not so much. Today, it looks like it is, but that can change in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Other than that, expect those delays where we usually see them at the major intersections. There are still lights that are not operating properly. So, as you know of these rights that are already known to have a graphic director, just assume that they're still being directed by Brian official and get there at a very safe speed. So that way you're not caught off guard or surprised if there is one. And if there isn't and it's still not operating properly, you know what to do. You know the drill. Treat it like a four-way stop. Once again, helping you move forward, that's Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com.
Main cause is the fiber of what people can do, not what are they willing to do. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect title. Let's first highlight how Houston talent centers mix, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through a repetitive route. That full story unfolds to gain a competitive advantage. It's a highly accurate start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire and skilled first. Learn why at everypaperfeeling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council. Close your eyes and open your senses. The all-new 2026 Mazda 658 year from $29,995 or $198 per paycheck for qualified buyers. Triple J Mazda.
Road to Adelaide is off and running. You sit down with Republican campaign speaker Frank Glass and Dr. Muriel Cotton. Catch the full conversation in place on May 7th in Wave 105's YouTube channel. Stay informed and hear the visions of Guam's future. Wave 105 is a pledge to the Guam radio station. Or two, the BrightSide right here in Wave 105. Mr. Pauly, Suba.
We do want to thank our sponsors, BrightSide, for sound, tech, and everything in between. Think BrightSide. Subway, at Subway, you got to refresh your refresh. Triple J. Get that free $500 gas card when you drive home with a new Ford truck. Visit TripleJBlog.com. Get pre-approved instantly. GTA, we start with you. And the Chili's Griller Bar serves more like great food and memories happen here. Time for good news for a change, and that's brought to you by Provisions Wine and Cheese. They serve fresh salads, delicious sandwiches, and authentic Roman-style pizza. Awesome. Here's their number, 671-633-9463. They open Monday through Saturday from 11 to 3 p.m. And you can also visit their website to place your order. Provisionsguam.com. Provisionsguam.com. Remember, they open tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So, not only is it good news, but it's also some dirty news. Okay. Every now and then we like some dirty news, right?
Hold on, man. We're just talking about early voting and grading senators.
It's not what you think, though.
Okay.
We know that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got married, right, over the weekend, right?
Okay.
There's this artist in New York City that was picking up trash all around. And what he did was he capsulized them, he packaged them, and then he sold it. And he sold out on the trash. People bought the trash from Taylor Swift's wedding. Like, man, that is genius. I wish I thought of that.
That's a long line of business here, man.
Yeah.
Get somebody trash. Sell it.
Queens artist Justin Gignoff, I might be spelling it wrong, collected discarded items from the streets surrounding the venue back on July 3rd. He filled the pieces of trash inside small acrylic cubes and offered them for sale for $20 each. And they were all sold out within 24 hours.
Any providence on that? Like it really happened on that day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's being, there are multiple sources. All the like mainstream news sources are reporting on it.
Okay.
Let me see here. What was inside the cube? Cigarette butts, ring pop wrappers, drinking straw, a single AirPod, and even a discarded ovulation test.
Oh, man. Gross. AirPod and ovulation.
Yeah.
What's the going rate?
$25 each, along with larger versions priced at $100. Yeah. If you Google it, it'll come up. And pocket garbage cube. There you go. It's probably going to be worth more than $25. As long as they stay together. As long as Taylor and Travis stay together, that trash is going to be worth thousands of dollars.
Actually, maybe even if they get divorced.
You think?
Yeah.
It's not. Who wants to keep trash from a divorced wedding?
It's her first marriage, right?
I don't
It's
know.
kind of like J-Lo, right, where she collects rings like Thanos collects stones and everything.
I mean, I think this is genius. It has the date too. New York City garbage just married TNT 7/3/26. So the packaging has the date of the wedding.
Nice. That is nice.
That's genius.
I wonder how much it's actually made total selling all of this dirty crap.
I mean, we could just add it up. If there's how many acrylic cubes we sell, that's how we can find out. And then times that by 25, right? So you make 50 smaller pocket garbage cubes, which come for $25 each. So just that, if you don't, I mean, you didn't get rich off of it. You made $1,250, right? So I don't know how many large versions that again priced at $100 could be. Interesting. So he didn't get rich off of it, but still. Did you know this? People were upset over the venue. However, he spent $150,000 just to the New York Police Department for security, because people were like, well, you took away all of this government resources for this wedding. How dare you?
Well, she paid for it.
She paid for it. So that was money that went back to the New York Police Department. Yeah, the NYPD. And that's just to the New York Police Department. I don't know how much money she paid to rent the Madison Square Garden.
I think it's like, what, 40,000, 50,000 police officers?
Yeah, there's only about 40,000 police officers. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot, but also
not a lot for New York.
Right.
8 million people in that one small spot. But she could have said, "Hey, I'm a celebrity. I don't need to pay for this. I pay my taxes." But
she paid for it.
She paid for it. Yeah. So no, good for her. Yeah.
So whoever's got that trash, pay trash for the wedding, keep that. Now I'm really rooting for them.
Because it's the selling of the trash?
I'm rooting for them to stay together so the value of their trash can go up.
In 50 years, right, it'll be...
At the 50th wedding anniversary, people are like, I still have the trash from their wedding.
Yeah. And judging by how many he actually sold, not that much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The value will go up because it's not like he sold a whole lot of it either.
Yeah, I think it would have lost its value if he sold like 100,000 of it. But because it's kind of like trading cards. Yeah.
Right.
You can see that go up and down.
One of 50.
I think that guy just probably created a new line of business.
Right?
And a lot of these people that, so-and-so is getting married, let's get the trash.
Yeah. Yeah, heck yeah.
And, once you discard the trash, right, once you put it out, that's it. It's no longer...
He did do this before.
Oh, he did?
This is not the first time. Yeah, he did this during President Barack Obama's inauguration and the New York Giants 2012 Super Bowl parade. So he's done this in the past. So this is not, he's genius and he continues to do it. Who doesn't want Barack Obama's inaugural trash?
I know. Somebody, I was in New York and somebody's like, you want to get this bobblehead? I'm like, no, I don't. Let me get Trump's. No, even in Trump's and Biden's, I didn't even want it. But, it kind of makes you wonder if you can apply that business plan here in Guam. Now, who is the celebrity enough to pick up their trash and sell it? Because people are like, no, dude, I don't need any more trash. They're going to charge me more.
Right.
I'm probably just going to dump it, at the legal dump site.
I don't know.
Who has rock star status here on Guam that you could take something from their wedding or their party and sell it once it becomes trash? I don't think anybody has that caliber of status yet.
No, I don't think so. I'm trying to think, but no, I can't. There are some people that I adore and idolize, but I don't even want their trash, to be honest. I won't right now. I'm offended that you're asking me to take the trash.
Well, because, in a few months, like what? How many months? August, September, October, November, December. In about 5 months, we're going to have an inauguration, right? So whoever moves
their own trash.
And see, that's another thing too.
That's actually you're gonna get bad publicity when you leave your trash.
Yeah.
Like, what? You just became governor? You're not picking up your trash? Yeah. Oh, we're gonna sell it.
We're gonna sell it. Yeah, we're gonna sell it.
You dang. There's a new release that came out. Well, now it's an hour old. This is from the Office of the Governor. There's an online scam and phishing report, and so Guam Homeland Security and Office of Civil Defense and the Mariana Regional Fusion Center have received reports of social media posts using local photos and claiming to offer tax-free grant programs. Is this the one that Senator Chris Barnett was trying to do? $1,000 grant?
For what?
No, when he was doing the budget session, right, he introduced that amendment to instead of going from lowering the BPT, let's keep the BPT
at 4.5.
At 4.5, and instead give $1,000 storm recovery grant.
But there's requirements on that.
Damage
and everything.
I'm joking.
Not everybody's going to get it.
No, right. So this one is a scam. Claiming to offer tax-free grant program. Reports have also been received of phishing emails impersonating legitimate individuals who are offering items for sale. The community is advised not to interact with these pages, posts, or emails, and to avoid sharing the links further. I've never seen them yet. I don't know what they look like. Remain vigilant and follow these tips to recognize and avoid scams. Do not give your personal or financial information in response to a request you do not expect. If you get an email or text message from a company you do business with and you think it is real, it is still best not to click on any links. Contact that company using a website you know is trustworthy. Spot imposters. Scammers may pose as a government official, family member, charity, or a company you do business with. Do not send money or give out personal information in response to an unexpected request. Local numbers may be spoofed. Scammers use technology to fake caller ID information. If someone calls asking for money or personal information, hang up, search online using legitimate websites, or contact the institution directly.
The prince in Zimbabwe, don't.
Right.
Yeah, please don't.
Be alert for in-person and contractor scams. So that's the latest JIC release. I know that that's mostly what they're putting out for this JIC recovery. If you are approached in person, always ask for identification first. For online offers, check the person or organization through the Better Business Bureau. If someone comes to your home or business claiming to represent a government agency, ask for official identification. One of the facts.
If somebody comes to your residence asking for trash, give it to them. You're probably going to make some money.
Yeah. Somebody's on the line?
Yeah.
Hop it in, wait 105, you're on the air.
Hey, Pauly.
Hop it in. Jason.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, friend?
Hey, I was just listening to you, right, about celebrities.
Yeah.
It's not trash. It's actually, these are priceless items from Jack Luhan.
Ooh, yeah.
The master blacksmith who passed away a few years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. And anybody who has pieces that man has, which my brother, because I actually bought a machete from him personally down at the Chamorro village. And I gave it to my brother because my brother lives in Hawaii. So he doesn't even use that, And then he also has the cecilias that he does use in Hawaii that came from Tunjak.
Wow. Yeah, those are priceless items.
Exactly. Those are priceless because, though his grandson picked it up, I mean, Tunjak, he puts he etches his work.
Right. I would even say Robert Titano.
Yeah, there you go.
The master wood carver. Especially if you have any of his work that's E-fit.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yes. And those are priceless. Like any of those carvings.
Yeah.
I'm trying to actually find one that my grandfather carved. It's an actual 8-foot trunk.
Okay.
And on the top of the trunk, he actually carved a castle.
Wow.
Yep, I'm trying to find that.
Yeah. I remember they were before, this was before COVID, they were raffling off like benches at $1,000 and up.
Yep.
For all of the carved E-fit benches. And then they put like a casing over it that made it like extra shiny. I don't know what that.
The varnish?
It's more than varnish. It's something that's like I don't know what it was, but it made it very shiny. Yeah. Right? And so it basically allowed it to last longer, I guess. But I don't know. I think I'm on the fence with that. I would rather have it just carved and never sit on it ever. I don't want to put that. I don't know what that was. Enamel or something that they would put on it to make it really shiny and glossy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because there's even some people still have these in their houses, storyboards made out of E-fit.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the spoon and the fork. The giant one.
You can get that in Vietnam for cheap. The giant fork and the giant spoon.
Or the Last Supper.
Yeah. Or how about those chairs with the plastic still on it?
Oh, there you go.
Or the queen and king chairs, those royal chairs that was like made out of straw.
Yeah, the rattan furniture.
Yeah.
The one that was always that's where the prince or the princess.
Yeah, a lot of people still use that for my sweet 16 birthday.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the Genghis Khan plastic on the cushion with the marble on the back. And, the wood is carved, they're like dragons and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody who has that, man, that's old school.
I actually have a rotary phone.
Hey, wow. There you go.
I have a rotary phone, and then, if you're talking about collectibles, I have half silver dollars and silver dollars that are predated 1963. There's actually, from my parents, my mom actually has some from that are predated earlier than 1930.
Brother Jay, I'm telling you, man, you're giving me some ideas. What if we did like a road show, but specifically for Guam?
Yes.
to see like who bought stuff over there at that store down in Newwood? You know,
I mean, man, it's you know, it's there's a lot of stuff. Like I mean, the one I keep hearing that it's somewhere at the airport stored. There's a painting. Man, I don't know, Pauly, if you can remember this. Ray, you should remember this. Remember the airport before the new airport that was the current airport that we had?
Yeah.
When you would check in your bags, and then you could actually take a left and go to the arrivals because there was a hallway there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was a painting of two ancient Chamorro warriors up on a cliff looking down at the water, and it was a Spanish ship down in the water.
I remember that. Yeah, I did.
And I could never remember, like, why is this painting here? I was like, oh, shoot, I understand what it means. It's they were there to see the arrival.
Mm-hmm.
So it was leading to the arrival area, like, and that painting's not there anymore. You know, that's a canvas painting. I would buy that from whoever has that. Because
the rumor is it's still being stored at the airport. I can ask. Mm-hmm. Is that the rumor?
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
That, and then whoever painted that man still alive. I forgot his name. That actually did that painting, that on canvas. He also painted the Serena painting that was at when you were leaving, right to the right of TSA. There used to be a duty-free counter, and then on the right there were payphones on a wall. There was a Serena painting. She's sitting on rocks, and behind her was a ship. And I was like, that was another depicted painting of
departure.
Departure, correct.
Yeah.
You know, but the painting of Serena, whoever did that, it's a beautiful painting.
Man. You know, to do like a road show here in Guam, like what would be cool. It would be so cool, right? Because we already know that we've been through a lot of typhoons, you know, and then the humidity here, you know, so a lot of things that were nice probably won't exist anymore unless you really took care of it. So just to see what is still out there, that would have been nice. That would be nice.
Yeah, my brother, one of my brothers actually has a bayonet from the war.
Wow.
You know, when they were kids, you know, they were playing the jungle. They actually found one. Yeah. You can actually tell it's a bayonet. It's a rusted bayonet, but you can still see the blade and everything.
You know, you just reminded me, you know, so when I was like, this was like probably 78, 79, when I was kindergarten age, we stayed in Tokyo, actually. And, you know, we were playing and everything, and the next thing you know, we just saw something protruding out from the dirt. And when my brother actually lifted it up, there was a helmet. And there was also a wallet and, like, I think it was like a pants of a soldier, right? But it was already like halfway gone and everything. And so my dad looked at it and he was like, you know, we're going to burn this stuff because, you know, I mean, he was telling me that in Tokyo they actually had a battle between the United States and Japan. When they came up from Assen and everything was moving up towards the northern side of Guam. And so the Japanese were retreating, and Tokyo was one of the battlefields that they had. And so I was like, man, you know, but just to find that in my backyard.
Exactly. Those are priceless pieces, you know, that actually tell stories. And it's, you know, whoever has keepsakes like that, don't let them go.
Right.
Because, you know,
they're not trash.
They're not trash. You know, but you can still make money.
Jason, I got to run, but thank you so much for always hanging out with us when you have the opportunity.
Oh, definitely. And don't forget, training starts next week.
There you go. All right. Take care.
And it's about to start.
That's right.
All right, buddy. You be safe.
5:37 in the afternoon. Let's get to your last look at traffic.
Yes, let's do that.
Again, it is brought to you by Guam Auto Spa. So looking at my handy dandy pieces of fine stuff, looking at once again. Miles away. Yeah, Route 15. Things are slow moving.
the harmonic way, obviously, if you're trying to make the right and continue heading north towards Suba and Suba, things will slow down on the other side of Harmonic and on the other side of Fatima Road. And things are definitely slowly moving on Route 1. And anytime you make your way onto one, whether it is on Route 16 or Fatima or on a extension, major delays, because you have about the Frenchtown intersection. Further down, though, you got major delays just on Long Route 1 along the coastline. When you make your way up around 14, pull up for you. Remember, if you're coming down to the Army Hill, that road is still closed at the bottom of the outside lane. So you definitely want to merge towards the inside. Then it opens up to you right around where the new Consulate is opening up. Super excited with Consulate opening up in Uganda. That's just a matter of time. And then continuing on to Route 4. I don't see too many issues moving that left back onto Route 10. I don't see too many issues there until you get closer to Franklin and Memphis. And then, of course, at the side intersection back towards Route 16 or on Route 8. Route 8, you see some delays, especially as you get closer to the major intersections there, but it's still not as difficult as moving towards Route 8. Once again, helping you move forward on as you're coming out to the next Walmart spot, Walmart 478 Auto. Food and stay on their website at walmartspot.com.
You're on the conversation Wave 105.1 media.
Still haven't switched to GPA? Now's the time to give them a bang, because you can get up to $150 just for sending them online. Refer a friend who signs up for a single service like wireless or internet, and you'll score $100. And if they go for a choice bundle, that's a cool $150 in your pocket. It's simple, it's free, and it's quick to share. Visit GPA.net to start referring to GPA. We start with you. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GPA.net for more information.
Military officer, law enforcer, policymaker. Service has been the cornerstone of Congressman James Moylan's life. James Moylan swore to protect America as an officer of the United States Army. As a parole officer, James worked with families affected by substance abuse and domestic violence. He was elected to the 35th and 36th Guam legislatures, and now James Moylan represents Guam's needs in our nation's capital as a member of the United States Congress. Congressman Moylan has fought for more than $3 billion for Guam, including almost $1 billion in military construction and roads, and law enforcement and first responder vehicles and equipment. Moylan is also working vigorously on standing up a regional office right here in Guam, a game changer for our 25,000 plus veterans. 40 years, 4 weeks. Dedicated, resilient, trustworthy, and proven. That's James Moylan. Re-elect James Moylan for Congress. Moylan works.
I'm James Moylan, a candidate for Congress, and I approve this message.
Paid for by James Moylan for Congress. David L. Camacho, Treasurer.
Election isn't just about who leads Guam, it's about the future we choose together. Join the University of Guam College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences in the Free Association Task Force for Beyond the Status Quo, the gubernatorial debate. Wednesday, July 15th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the UOG Class Lecture Hall. Here the candidates discuss the issues that matter most, compare their visions for Guam, and if you can't make it in person, watch live on YouTube or listen on Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Beyond the Status Quo. Hear their vision, make your choice.
But a warrior faces adversity. He fights through it, he fights away. Brilliant, vivid, fertile. Slowly strong. Believe. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchair for Warriors provide mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the movement and visit wheelchairforwarriors.org.
Hard One, Wave 105 FM.
early voting continues tomorrow. That's right. All the way up to the 24th.
We have Sunday and Monday off.
Yeah.
The office or the early voting. Well, early voting opens up again in Weston.
Yeah. From 10
Sunday and Mondays they're off.
Yeah. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So your day has come. Go and do the early vote or wait until August 1st. Either or. That is our day to make the difference, guys. So take advantage of it. And then also, if you go to the early voting, just get the sticker, because once you're done with your ballot, they're going to seal it up and everything, and then they have like a roll. There's 3 stickers that said I voted, and they were all designed by the school's diploma, right? A couple kids that actually did the drawing, and they were, all of them that submitted, they were all good. That the GEC said, you know what, we're going to make it all.
Right?
Yeah.
So you have options.
Yeah, so you have options, and then you just take that sticker and you go down to the coffee shop that's down in the lobby and show it to them, and they give you 10% off your coffee, which is good.
Yeah.
Right? So not only do you get to vote and make Guam better, you get good coffee too as well.
Yeah.
Courtesy of the Guam election committee.
I have some really good news, better news than what we reported earlier.
Okay,
at least for me and my family.
What, session's over and everything's done?
That'll be great news.
What?
I have power.
No way.
Yeah, I just got a message about my mother-in-law.
Nice.
Messaged me and said we have power.
Oh,
however, nobody's at the house yet, so we're fully relying on our surveillance camera.
Okay.
So the surveillance cameras, right, they don't turn on unless you have power.
I see.
Yeah. So you can, the cameras are active again.
So it's about the same amount of
Exactly the same amount of days. Well, six, right? It took them 6 days to turn on our power, right? Because that's the fair amount of time to mention.
Yeah.
However, how many days have I slept without power? 8.
Yeah. Okay.
No, 7. Tonight would have been 8.
So it would
it's the exact amount of time.
Yeah, considering you waited 35 days right after
More, yeah.
yeah.
And many people did then because we got hit harder during that one.
Yeah. And it's funny because even Senator Chris Parton kind of said that, which it goes back to his $1,000 what is it?
Hold on, because I actually erased my 11% now.
Oh yeah.
I can't wear it anymore. I don't get to wear that with my badge of honor. I have to give it back.
And Senator Barnett mentioned something that was very, very interesting. Right? Because even with Myanmar, we did not get hit directly, but we got hit bad enough to sustain some damage. And with the last 2 storms, typhoons that passed by, we weren't directly hit. And so this tax break or the $1,000, $1,000 giveaway, right? That's what we'll call it. He made sense because again, he was saying, hey, all these storms were inching closer to a direct hit.
Yeah.
And what are we doing to prepare for the next one, right? We have to make our structures and our homes safer. We have to get the generators because we just don't know. I mean, 35 days for
we did that before, right? I mean, I remember our parents invested in generators back then.
Mm-hmm.
However, what happened? We less and less typhoons.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not just us. Many people were not keeping up with the maintenance of generators.
But the difference here now,
including many businesses.
Yeah, the difference here now, though, is the fact that already when we listen to the Landon and his brother Brandon, they had already predicted that there's going to be more storms throughout this whole year because the Nino is probably the
it's a big baby.
Yeah,
that's a very big naughty baby.
Yeah, warm water in the ocean. I mean, you already know the science, but and their predictions was what? Between 5 to 6 storms, we already had 3, right? And then that's the ones that got close, but not the ones that passed within our region.
Right.
And so, are we anticipating more? I mean, yes, the preparation should happen now. Mm-hmm. And it just, crashed and burned, right? Right after he made the amendment or to add on, and nobody supported it.
There were a few, right? I don't have all the names in front of me, but not again, that would in order for that to have passed, they would have to amend the bill to not roll back the BPT.
Yeah, keep it at
The
4.5.
BPT will stay at 4.5, and then use that extra $40 million as $1,000 grants to divvy out to residents to prepare and also to recover.
I would rather have it that everybody gets the $1,000 because, maybe your house did not get any damage. Maybe, but everybody was coming out of pocket, from losing food, to getting more gas. Everybody did what they needed to do. And so did it hurt my pocket? Yes. Even though I didn't sustain any damages in my place. But, my pocket definitely, because nobody thinks about what they're going to spend during a typhoon.
I can respect that, but again, I would rather, if we keep getting this money, and maybe it doesn't have to be from BPT, but if we keep seeing all of this excess revenue, and we're not able to pin it down on why, then I would just, rather than have the legislature create policy to give us rebates, just do a tax reform and don't withdraw as much money from us. So you don't have to give me $1,000. Just take less from me right now.
Yeah.
And that will solve a lot of the problems when it comes to,
it does. Because it translates into more savings for you.
Yeah, don't take as much from the taxes that I'm already providing. And so that's a bigger conversation. But that's the kind of part, I'm like, that's the long way to give me back my money. Just don't take as much.
You even said it, Mr. Steve Guerrero from OSB, you're like, I don't know where all this money's coming from, but it's coming in.
We are taking more than our share. He's saying the tax withholdings, they're more than we thought, right? And so we can, obviously we don't have a crystal ball, but every time we make these predictions, we're coming up above that.
See, that's the terminology. Predictions, forecasts, all of that, and for every word they use, they add another zero.
But I agree. I mean, it is right to make these conservative predictions because the last thing that you want is to make these very broad predictions and then you don't have enough money.
Point of clarification, colleague. I would beg to differ on the conservative predictions, or even the word conservative, when the actual budget is $1.4 billion.
Sure, but obviously we are covering that and then some. So again, if you continue to have those conversations and making these predictions and we keep getting more than that, then you should have real conversations on tax withholding and reform that. And then you don't have to have the conversations of giving us our money back through $1,000 grants or energy credit.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, stop taking money that you don't need and just leave it in my pocket, pretty much.
Some more good news or optimistic news. This is, remember we shared the release from GCC that they do not have enough space to keep SIPA over at the Guam Community College campus because they need that space for their post-secondary classes and coursework, right? So GDOE now has responded. And maybe because Judy just responded to herself, because remember, she's not only the president of GCC, she is the chairperson of the Guam Education Board that also oversees GDOE.
Can you imagine she's looking in the mirror, and gosh darn it,
I have to send an email to myself to put it on the record and I must respond to myself.
I love it.
To put it all on the record, because that's the right thing to do. I can't just tell myself and not tell everybody.
That's right.
So the letterhead on mine, as GCC president, will send to the email with the letterhead of me again, of the chairperson of the Guam Education.
Judy, people love you, God loves you, and gosh darn it, I love me.
So the release here is from GDO. We acknowledging that it is working closely with GCC to identify a suitable alternative location for science is fun and awesome charter school. After GCC informed the department that it is currently unable to host the school on its campus. Ensuring continuity of learning for CIFA students remains its top priority, and the department is committed to working alongside CIFA leadership to find a facility that meets the school's needs with minimal disruption to students, families, and staff. Maybe Chief Brody, that's the one that they were eyeing before. There's also the vacant
There's no minimal.
LBJ.
There's no minimal. There's nothing as far as disturbance if you make them go over there.
They do got to clean it up, though.
Well, that, but then, they'll be renting it out. The only change is they make money.
Yeah.
Right?
Says here, Damon quotes himself here. He's the PIO. Our priority is making sure CIFA students have a stable, appropriate place to continue learning without interruption. We are in active talks with CIFA leadership and are confident that by working together, we will identify a solution that serves the best interest of the CIFA community. End of statement. Then the other release that I got also in the 4 o'clock hour is Senator Jesse Lujan reiterating the legislation to appropriate $300,000 from the Tourist Attraction Fund to GITA for the procurement and oversight of an independent third-party review of GVB known as the GVB Review of Effectiveness, Accountability, Leadership, Internal Governance, and Needs Study. And so this is that rider bill again, because this is a bill added on to the budget. And that doesn't happen very often, and some people look down on that.
On introducing riders to tag on. Yeah. I mean,
you remember when that happened with the race park, right? And this was Senator Dwayne Nicholas, where he said, you know what, thanks, Senator Amanda Shelton, for giving me an idea of how I can introduce a bill that never had a public hearing. Added on to the budget bill, and so that went through. That was a whole bill that would mandate the CLTC negotiate with a sole source with the Motocross Association, right? Mandate that they negotiate a lease agreement. However, the CLTC at the time didn't agree with the amount of money that they were willing to lease it to. And so here we are, many years later and many budgets later, where are we with that? And so,
it's still locked up. Going back to, the proposed rider on this budget bill with Senator Jesselon, I am not opposed to any study. But when you look at what happened with GITA and the study that they did for GMH, and then when GMH went for the oversight, they were questioning GITA about the study, and they don't even know, they cannot even release it because, but $5 million was paid. And I'm like, wow, so what top secret, guys? And how come we can't...
What was the deliverables on that?
Well, did they
ever deliver anything?
No. Well, they hired a third party to do the study of what it would take to run GMH, and as far as consolidation, cutting employees, and the whole gamut of things. Like, okay, if you're going to lay off people, you have to push them out first right of refusal. All of that stuff. They did everything, even down to services that they can actually provide and turn into, privatize those services. And nothing. After what, almost 2 years of doing the study, $5 million and nothing happens. Well, you know, you just said it. Jess Lahan, Senator Jess Lahan.
When he was talking to us, I thought they were going to have a public hearing later, but I guess not.
Yeah,
because it's included with this budget.
Yeah, yeah. And so again, I'm not opposed to any study. I mean, if it's going to help GVB. Right.
According to Senator Chris Barnett, it doesn't need to cost $300,000 because he said, "I'll tell you right now how to do it. Clean our restrooms, maintain our parks. Give me that $300K." I just solved it for you.
Yeah, well, you know, and I could say the same thing about the study with GMH. Fix the power panel. You know, start working on the aircon and the duct system. Also mitigate the mold. I could say everything about GMH because I think everybody knows all the problems. We've seen it for the last 20-some years. But and the $5 million was spent, and we don't even know what it is. I mean, right after watching that, and you had what's her name, Miss Jolene Huggin, right? Saying, "Oh, we're not, we don't know what the study says or anything like that, and we cannot release it, all that." And I'm like, so what do we pay for?
Yeah, that's unfortunate because if taxpayers paid for a study, then the taxpayers should be able to see what the deliverable was.
Exactly. And it would have been interesting to see because maybe if we actually took that study, opened it up, maybe we wouldn't be having problems at GMH because that would have told us, right? Okay, this is what we need to do. And that's what that study was about. What we need to do to have a good running hospital. Oh, well.
We are going to get out of here. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Mornings with Patty, rolling with dice from 6 to 10 a.m. We are going to get national programming, right? So we'll have national programming, and then Ryan and I will be back at it for another BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Time's just flying by.
And then also, just a reminder, too, so tomorrow was actually supposed to be Sabrina Salas Mantonati and Andrew Tyron. Anthony Tyron to be here on the Beyond the Ballot. But because of session, Senator Sabrina said that she apologizes. She was really looking forward to being on the show with us. However, because session, again, just like Senator Vince, it's something they can't get all of it. So we understand. Absolutely. So what we'll try to do is try to bring them back at a later date. But definitely, Mr. Tyron did text me, and he said, we are good to go for tomorrow.
I'm happy to have them. All right, let's get out of here. Remember, everybody get home safe. Be kind to each other, especially out in those roads. Adjust KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. We'll talk to you and see you tomorrow.